3 for $10 mix and save deals on your favourite drinks and snacks. Earn BP points or Qantas points with BP Rewards and get every 5th Wild Bean Cafe coffee free. Whatever reason you turn into BP, you'll find value at every turn. Participating sites only. See bp.com.au/turn in for full T's and C's.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, chicken breast fillets, skin off, only $7.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
Gold!
Farm 88 yearling beef Scotch fillet steak, only $48.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
The Choices Flooring Style Without Limit sale is here, bringing you fresh flooring and window furnishing ideas to transform every space in time for the festive season. From bold statements to timeless neutrals, discover real style, real expression and real inspiration for your home. Plus, buy any Genera Collection product and you could win a Dyson Wash G1 2-in-1 wet floor cleaner each day. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com or visit your local showroom today.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Your turn to host the rallies this Christmas? Knock the socks and stockings off them with a premium outdoor kitchen from Australian Outdoor Living. Plus, order now for guaranteed free installation before Santa arrives. Only from Australian Outdoor Living.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
This trade period, there are some top-performing players you'd love to have on your team. If you're with Host Plus, you're with the top-performing super fund over the long term. And we're proud to be the official superannuation partner of the AFL. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited, based on super ratings data as at July 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
One weekend, 2 leagues, everything basketball and culture. Hoops Fest is coming back to Perth. The ultimate celebration of basketball is back in WA for the 2nd straight year. Don't miss blockbuster Hungry Jacks, NBL and WNBL matchups across 4 unforgettable days. Hoops Fest, the ultimate fusion of sport, culture, music and entertainment. January 15 to 18, 2026 in Perth. Tickets available now at hoopsfest.com.au.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
Welcome back. It's the early trade, and today it's the deadline debrief. We're sitting in judgment of the 34 trades or 34 player moves via free agency and trade in this year's exchange window. Sam, Edmund, Kane, Corns with you. We're doing it all thanks to Continental Tyres. They're engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today. And given that Zach Merritt has been made to stay at what Blake Harwick's described as Alcatraz, Kano, just off the text here, I know you admire Essendon's consistency and the strength of their message and holding their man. But as has been sent through here, a question. Long-time listener, Kane and Sam, just wondering, do you guys actually agree with Essendon holding Zach, or should they have accepted the final offer from the Hawks? That's Damo in Ballarat.
Now, considering everything, I think they did the right thing. If it was any other player, if it was, for instance, Charlie Curnow, who didn't mean as much to Carlton from a leadership point of view, from, a person who's been the pillar to changing the standards at a footy club, and from how hard they were with not dealing and not picking up the phone, I think they did the right thing in the end, factoring in all of that. I think the best thing for the footy club in the future would have been to trade him, but it's not just about one transaction. It meant more than that in this instance. So I think they did the right thing.
It is a good question, Damo, and it's one that we all find ourselves wondering. I think philosophically, if you are a resetting or a rebuilding club like Essendon are, you do the deal every time. The problem is when you're trading to not only a rival, and we probably shouldn't understate that. They hate each other. But a rival who's a premiership contender, and by virtue of the fact they're going to finish in the pointy end, especially if they get Zach Merritt, those futures, they look good. Are they actually going to be good? So it's a difficult one. I personally think I would have done the deal because you're in that phase, you're rebuilding, you get 3 first-rounders in at the end of the day. It gives you amazing flexibility. So I probably would have been more inclined to do it, but a difficult one nonetheless.
Hey, there's some clubs that didn't do a whole lot. I mean, Hawthorn's one of them. They tried, and they couldn't have done any more, so I'm not critical of that. But there's some clubs that got no better. And in a competition that is so even, if you haven't got better, look out, because there's teams coming. Gold Coast are coming, and they are coming hard. Fremantle are coming hard with their age demographic.
So who hasn't got better? Collingwood?
Collingwood have got worse. There's no doubt about that because they're a year older. Got no better. There it is. We've seen him a handful of times. Look at their picks. They got nothing coming in from a youth point of view. They sold the farm for Houston, which hasn't worked, and Perryman's the same from a contract point of view. But who knows? What's their midfield going to look like?
Nick Dacos can't get any better.
You're going to wind it back with Dacos and Ned Long, who I'm not certain about, and probably the game has moved past that type of midfielder, and we've seen that with the likes of Steele and Oliver falling out of favour, and Long is a similar type to that. What's their forward line going to look like with no Myercheck, and then their back line is vulnerable. So they're in all sorts of trouble, Collingwood. I don't think Adelaide have got any better. Now Adelaide have invested in youth, and their rebuild is on track, so they'll hope for that natural improvement from Pedler and Berry and players like that, Saligo, who are still improving, and Thilthorpe's still improving, and Rochelli's still. So they're okay, but they haven't got better after being embarrassed in the final series. So there's a couple. Geelong haven't got better. They had a disastrous trade period as much as they tried to have a crack at Rowan Marshall and tried pretty significantly. So once again, not a whole lot of criticism because they could have done a whole lot more, but they wanted to get better. They were desperate for Curnow. They were prepared to offer 3 first-round picks for him. They needed a ruckman. They didn't get it. Warple, I'm not sure he helps them. I mean, he's going to be a good depth player for them, but
he helps them, but it's not a sizable acquisition, is it? Now, how often would we say when Geelong set their mind and their attention to a player, 2 players even in this case, did they not nail them? And it was Charlie Curnow who actually wanted to get to Geelong. That much has been clear since May of this year. And then Rowan Marshall formally put in a trade request to get to Geelong, and they actually couldn't get either of them done, which you would have had long odds on that being the case at the start of the trade period. So the Rowan Marshall situation, they opened up with pick 19, and it hummed along for a while before St Kilda said no. Now, at the close last night, they offered that 19, they offered 40, and they offered a future second as well. And St Kilda still wouldn't budge for, what is he, a 30-year-old ruckman, Rowan Marshall?
Yep.
So they still wouldn't budge. So you talk about conviction from clubs and strength of message. St Kilda have said right from the start we weren't trading him. And they didn't, despite the offer being sweetened and sweetened again. This was Ross Lyon, who I must say, as the coach and the head of football at the moment at the St Kilda Footy Club, strolled in at 6:40 last night, Kane, ahead of a 7:30 deadline. He did the press conference in the aftermath, and this is what he said when he was asked about Rowan Marshall staying at Moorabbin.
On the other side of the coin, it's the same with Rowan. So really wanted to retain Rowan, really value him. So we think we come out of it on the whole in a positive, but all of us, as the President said, we're all in a fight, but we're all really looking to improve and work hard. And it starts with me, starts with our coaches and the acquisitions and the list, so we're really looking forward to it.
Ross Lyon last night. So they nailed all but one of their targets at the end, didn't they?
Well,
so
was he a target?
Well, this is the thing. So Tom De Koning, Jack Silvani, Liam Ryan come in. There's a player I'm missing there as well. There's a fourth player.
Flanders.
And Sam Flanders comes in for pick 7, who they paid a premium for. But it was the Lecalier deal. Now, had they made a commitment to him? He put in the trade request. Was there an agreement in principle? Did they go back on their word? Did they renege? This is the upshot of the Saints.
So, have got better. That's how you can judge a trade period. Have you got better or not? I mean, it's pretty simple. They've got better. They've got a potential star ruckman. They've got hopefully a midfielder that's hungry in Flanders, looking to revitalise his career. They've got defensive cover in Silvani. They've got some X factor in Ryan, and they've cleared out Jack Steele, who they'd moved past, and they're even going to contribute some of his wage. But that was the most important thing, to move past that. Their midfield is going to look a lot more dynamic. They kept Naz, so that's the biggest one out of all of that, and who knows if it works? Who knows when you chuck all these ingredients into the mix, whether the cake's going to come out nice and moist and like beautiful cake? We don't know. We don't know what the ingredients are going to spit out, but if I'm a Saints fan, I got hope. I got hope that we're going to get better, and if everything goes well, we're going to be challenging for the 8.
Interesting analogy, because I'm not sure when was the last time you had a cake? You don't eat that stuff. You don't eat that rubbish, Volcano.
No.
So the Lecalier situation. St Kilda have not spoken since that deal fell through, and Dylan Smith.
Did someone ask Ross about it?
Yeah, well, we're going to hear from him. So
good.
Dylan Smith smashed St Kilda. Well, they haven't spoken publicly since it fell over. This was Ross Lyon on Lecalier last night.
Without getting into that, there's always the known knowns, right? But there's a lot of information, even in trade period like game theory, you're trying to figure out stuff, get information. But there's a lot that goes on within the trades and decisions, or non-decisions and non-trades. So it's not as simple as what's on the surface. There's a lot of threads to get a trade executed. Thanks, guys.
So, no more questions.
It's not simple. There's a lot you don't know. He's gone the Donald Rumsfeld. Well, if there's a lot we don't know, explain it to us, Ross.
Exactly. Politician stuff.
Explain it to us.
Because we've got one side, and that was pretty clear from his management.
Educate us.
Even the Giants have said their piece. So that was average. Ross is an excellent media performer, like first class. If of any of the coaches, he'd be number one of who I want to speak to or hear from, along with Chris Scott. That was poor. That was a poor answer. And to not then accept follow-up questions was even poorer.
Oh, Craig Cameron's going to join us in our second hour. Jason McCartney as well, Dom Ambrosio. And after this break, you've got a list. What's your list?
I've got one more list.
Go on.
Bruised egos. Whose egos were bruised the most in this trade period?
Oh, that's, okay. There's a lot of egos.
Some people thought that they were up here with where they stood in the game. The market said, you're down here, son. And that's going to be tough for them to lick their wounds.
I'm looking forward to this list. The IMAR text line, keep your messages coming through. We're seeing all of them. 0426 307 511. Thanks to IMAR. They've been great supporters of us all year on the early trade. They insure tradies and businesses, and they've done it for 35 plus years. Insurance you can trust. Call 13 IMAR. Back with the Bruised Ego list thanks to Kate Cords right after this.
The early trade. Milwaukee is not just for today or tomorrow, it's forever. Milwaukee, forever for the trade. And Deakin University, home to the world's #1 sports science school.
As a real estate agent or rental provider, fulfilling your safety compliance obligations is paramount. So get it done with Gasleck Safety. One visit, all checks, zero hassle. Gasleck Safety is your trusted partner for rental property compliance in Victoria for gas, electrical, smoke alarms and rental minimum standards check. And we do it all in a single visit. We're not just ticking boxes, we're protecting your investment and the people living in it. Let's make safety simple together. Need a check? Search Gasleck Safety today.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like Trade Radio asks who'll grow your team the most this season, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts, to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
BP service station ahead.
At BP, you'll find value at every turn, from quality fuel like BP Ultimate that helps protect your engine for the long run. Or 3 for $10 mix and save deals on your favourite drinks and snacks. Earn BP points or Qantas points with BP Rewards and get every 5th Wild Bean Cafe coffee free. Whatever reason you turn into BP, you'll find value at every turn. Participating sites only. See bp.com.au/turn-in for full T's and C's.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Looking for your best job match? You know, the one that has you jumping out of bed like it's grand final morning. Game on! With the best job matches, Seek can help you find what you're looking for. Search by job skills, work type or location. Whether you're looking to make the big leagues with a career move, need more flexibility to catch every match, or want to team up with your dream employer, simply seek and you shall find. Download the Seek app today.
Seek! And you shall find.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another blocked drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
Never tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Take on more with Land Cruiser Prado. More mountains, more mud, more suspension, more muscle from the rear locking differential, more confidence with its vehicle stability control, and more ways to turn any trip into an adventure, even the trip home.
This Land Cruiser drives us home.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
It is the deadline at Debrief here on Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio. The final day for 2025 where we can all be hindsight heroes and sit in judgment of the clubs, the managers and the list managers and the players, whether they got there or they didn't get there as part of the exchange window. And on that front, all of our news, by the way, thanks to Victoria Police. Looking for a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, made for more. Sam Edmund, Kane Corns. Kane, we haven't had to do a list this year, but we found ourselves juggling the hot potato. You've come up with a cracker this morning. What is your list today?
Well, I'm nervous about it, and it keeps growing by the minute. The more I think about
You've got 11.
I've just extended it to 11. I had 5, then it went to 10. Now I've got 11.
What is it?
It's bruised egos.
Biggest bruised egos.
Ego was bruised the most? Who is waking up this morning licking their wounds after a pretty frenetic trade period?
Number 1, just in the fetal position then, and number 10, just a little dent.
Number 1 is not looking at themselves in the mirror like they were 2 weeks ago.
You've ranked them as well.
Yeah, I've ranked them. So at 11... And he was walking on water, this guy, after he got Nasiah done. He was just the king, Ben Williams. He was the absolute king. And he could not even get his out-of-contract player to Adelaide. He couldn't get a deal done. And this happens rarely. We've seen Jackson Haitley, Nick Stevens back in the day, Luke Ball, but it is very rare that two clubs with an uncontracted player cannot come to an agreement to get them out.
Second only to Tom Petroro as the most angry man at Marvel Stadium.
He was angry,
last night.
but there's a bruise to your ego. If you're a manager, you're a deal maker for a living, and you can't get the deal done.
Just a slight diversion from your list. I hope I'm not speaking out of school here, but I got a call when we were leaving here in the agenda setters last night from Robbie DeRazio, who we just saw the vision there. This is Charlie Curnow's manager.
Double python.
Jamar, he was double python followed by a fist pump, and he rang me and he said, and I couldn't even say hello. And he goes, I had your hot seat up on my wall in the office. The Razorback 4x4 hot seat segment. He goes, you had me on it, you and Kane. That was my motivation.
Well, his ego's just grown. I'm not sure it needed to grow anymore.
It's big.
But
It's healthy.
That's another list. But this one right now is bruised egos. So there's a few managers that'll feature in this list. Dave Trotter is one of those. Now, Hemisphere, big player agent group. I'm a fan of his, but no doubt when you've got players that are contracted to put their hands up to go, we're talking about Jai Simpkin and Rowan Marshall, and you can't get the deal done for either of them, your ego is damaged. At 9, I've got a dual nomination here, and that is Justin Leppitsch and Craig McRae. Like, Clayton Oliver was free to a good home, and Collingwood wanted him, and they would not even pick up the phone and take his calls. Like, they couldn't find him. There's Lepper here. This is a club that wanted players, not picks, 12 months ago. And this is the mighty Collingwood Football Club.
The Empire.
Who no one wanted to go and play for. They couldn't get Jai Simpkin in. They couldn't get Oliver in.
Clayton Oliver lived next door.
They couldn't get anyone in. They couldn't even get Jack Silvani to take their call. So I reckon Lepper and McRae, their egos are absolutely bruised.
Well, he had a date with Jack Silvani, famously. Just didn't get a second date.
Couldn't get another one. Well, what's going on at Collingwood? So there's some bruised egos there, and they've got worse, not better, as we've said. The genius is on there. The genius, Sam Mitchell, he was the recruiting darling. He was on planes everywhere in off-seasons. He was heading to Perth and catching up with Oscar Allen. He thought he had merit done, surely. He's in Ohio State. It's 3:30 in the morning over there in the US. He's sitting back, probably waiting for the text to come through.
It's done.
We got him. We got our man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he didn't get his man. So Mitch, he's just had to come back just a fraction and lick his wounds, the genius.
So you can just imagine him kicking back, just waiting for that message. We got him.
We got him.
Oh, no. What? We didn't get him.
It's like the president when they got Osama bin Laden. We got him. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Elijah Hollands at 7. Now, a bit more off Broadway, but he was free. He was a top 10 pick, and for his own doing, as much as they tried to spin the narrative late with the Pete Ryan piece in The Age, any club could have had Elijah Hollands. And as we just heard from Chris Davies, not one club was interested in him. So if he goes back to Carlton and if he gets a third opportunity, this is your last. I reckon he's got a couple of weeks. I reckon he's got a pre-season to show that he's serious. And if he can't get through the pre-season diligently, I doubt Elijah will be on their list for round 1. Jamar Ugle-Hagan is a generational talent. There he is. What a player. And I think we underestimate how good he is. Like, every year he had got better, and every year he was developing into a future star of the competition. Now, he has just been traded for pick 74. 74, so free to a good home. Gold Coast were the only club, as you said, that was going to go anywhere near
1 year
that
contract
guy.
with a trigger, and he's cost himself
$700.
Yep, upwards of $700,000 a season, and went within a hair's breadth of costing himself his entire career. So this is the thinnest of ice, last chance saloon for Jamar.
So there are bruises all over that ego of Jamar as he's waking up.
I hope he knows that.
Well, I hope he does. I don't know. Who knows what's going through Jamar's mind? All I know is you can tell the relief at the Western Bulldogs to get him away from their footy club, so he's not their problem anymore, which says it all. Now, I'm not sure Jack Steele's got an ego. I think he's pretty impressive sort of character and universally admired. But in the end, the captain of St Kilda, a dual All-Australian, I think he's a dual best and fairest winner, the skipper, has been traded for a 2027 future third-round pick.
That's a shocking pick. It's one of the worst picks. That's the Devils draft, and it's a third-rounder.
So they've sacked him, really.
That's a huge fall from grace. And I think, actually, St Kilda are contributing to his wage at Melbourne as well. So I like the pickup from a Melbourne perspective.
I like
Get
it
him
too.
for nothing, and he probably, hopefully, with his leadership qualities, will just ease some of that burden on Max
Yeah,
Gawn.
no, I really like it. He's an upgrade of Clayton Oliver for me with a package. Defensively, his defensive action, he tackles about 8 tackles per game. Last year, he's going to set high standards. So, as I said, I don't know if Jack's got an ego, but if he does, it's bruised right now. Clayton Oliver's got a bruised ego. I mean, he's sacked from his club. This player...
this hurt him, I reckon.
One of Melbourne's best ever players. He's going to be in their Hall of Fame at some point, premiership player, and at the peak of his powers, there was none better. There was none more explosive midfielders in the game than Clayton Oliver, and largely through his own doing, he finds himself in a situation where he's free to a home that would have him, and that was the Giants. And Melbourne, as you said, are going to pay half his wage. And
future third-round pick.
We'll see whether his career can be revitalised. From the same club, no one wanted Stephen May. Not one club wanted Stephen May. What a fall from grace for him. So his ego is absolutely bruised.
That's at 3. You got Maisie at 3.
Yeah, I think Stephen May needs to have a look at the way that he's carried himself and why his reputation has fallen so far in the game. So he's at 3. We're getting to the pointy end.
We are. This is getting pointed now. The good positive feedback for you off the text.
Well, Tommy Petroro. His ego couldn't have been damaged any more than yesterday. Look at this. The vision isn't great for him now. Unfortunately for him,
look at Ruffy.
Cameras now follow these people everywhere, and he was a little bit of collateral in the interest in trade period over the last few years, and the cameras everywhere. Oof. But when you tell everyone that your client is up for grabs, you better get the deal done. And in the end, despite all of his best efforts and the fact that he was able to get a very, very respectable deal from Hawthorn on the table, he couldn't get it done. And the reputation of his client has suffered significantly. So Tom's ego has definitely been damaged. And at number one, Jai Simpkin. Jai Simpkin I reckon he thought there would be 4 clubs just hanging to sign him. When he put his hand up for more midfield minutes, I reckon he thought, gee, there's some clubs out there that could use me in the midfield. Only one club even thought about entertaining Jai Simpkin, the captain of North Melbourne, and that was Collingwood. And guess what they put up for him? A second-round pick. That was all any club thought the North Melbourne captain was worth, Jai Simpkin. So he is absolutely at 1, and he probably needs to reflect on just where his standing is in the game versus where he thought it would be. He's going to lose the captaincy over this, and who knows whether he's playing VFL footy next year with all of the young North Melbourne midfielders that have now pushed in front of him and where he sits. So there's the Bruised Egos list. You can add to it. You can send us a text because it continues to grow, but hasn't been a great couple of weeks for those 11 people.
Multiple captains wanted out of their clubs. 2 captains are going to go back, Merritt and Simpkin, and they're going to lose the captaincy. So such a volcanic trade period. That was your Bruised Ego list. No fear, as always. And look at the positive text messages coming through for you as well. A lot of people love that one. Okay, no one's having a go at you at all off the text. Jason McCartney's going to join us at 10 past 8 as we get into our second hour. Keep your texts coming through in all seriousness. We love reading them out. The early trade thanks to Milwaukee, not just for today or tomorrow. It's forever Milwaukee, forever for the trade. And our friends at Deakin University, thanks for your support as well. They are home to the world's #1 sports science school.
The early trade. Milwaukee is not just for today or tomorrow, it's forever. Milwaukee, forever for the trade. And Deakin University, home to the world's #1 sports science school.
The Choices Flooring Style Without Limit sale is here, bringing you fresh flooring and window furnishing ideas to transform every space in time for the festive season. From bold statements to timeless neutrals, discover real style, real expression, and real inspiration for your home. Plus, buy any generic collection product and you could win a Dyson Wash G1 2-in-1 wet floor cleaner each day. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com or visit your local showroom today.
BP service station ahead.
At BP, you'll find value at every turn, from quality fuel like BP Ultimate that helps protect your engine for the long run. Or 3 for $10 mix and save deals on your favourite drinks and snacks. Earn BP points or Qantas points with BP Rewards and get every 5th Wild Bean Cafe coffee free. Whatever reason you turn into BP, you'll find value at every turn. Participating sites only. See bp.com.au/turn-in for full T's and C's.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Looking for a trusted mechanic who can expertly service your vehicle? At Repco Authorised Service, we've got you covered. Our nationwide network of independently owned workshops proudly use and recommend Penrite Oil, Australian family owned and operated for 100 years. From daily drives to cherished classics, Repco Authorised Service and Penrite can help keep your car running at its best. So no matter what you drive, book your next service online today at repcoservice.com. Repco Authorised Service, your local mechanic, backed by Repco.
What's better than winning the flag? Winning 8 in a row. Host Plus has won CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row, based on strong, long-term performance, competitive fees, and a great array of product features. Outstanding Value Super, that's a plus.
Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider when choosing a super fund. Visit hostplus.com.au/awards for awards criteria and disclaimers. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before making a decision.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
Look at this guy flexing his new Flex drill.
Mate, that's what I thought, but you gotta try this thing.
The new Flex 24-volt power tool range. More power without the weight. A 30-day money-back guarantee and a lifetime warranty. Flex Tools. Demand more. Search flex-tools.com.au.
You weren't kidding.
Flex Tools. Demand more.
DuraFit by Blunston is the newest safety range for day in, day out wear, with features that cushion and protect from the ground up, like impact-resistant composite toe caps, slip-resistant soles, and responsive cushioning where you need it most. Topped off with water-resistant leather for durability and protection from the elements. Each pair is backed by Blunston's legendary quality and craftsmanship, and engineered for endurance. DuraFit by Blunston. For day in, day out, hard work.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for Double Impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
There's roof work, and then there's Harley and Sons roof work. As a family business, we stand by our rock-solid guarantee on every roof we work on. With over 40 years' experience, make sure you choose a quality licensed roofing solution. Broken tiles, cracked mortar, or an old tired roof, we'll make your home look brand new before Christmas. Get an inspection today or visit harleyroofing.com.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
We won't let you down.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
Yes, indeed. And make sure you keep it locked here on Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio for the morning. It's the deadline debrief following us, Tom Morris.
Good feedback.
And James Hird and Rolly Beveridge and Cal Toomey after those as everyone sits in judgment of the trade period just gone. The feedback coming through on the IMAR text line 0426 307 511. I'm not going to read your text out, Zach, but you didn't muck around. Kane's bruised ego list will be put up on the socials.
A few media members getting
shortly
a few mentions.
Yeah,
Damien Barrett, because he was certain that Marshall was going to be traded. In the end, he wasn't. I reckon our boy Tommy Morris was pushing pretty hard for Zach Merritt.
Well, I thought that'd be done
in
too,
the end,
to be fair.
I thought he was on the Merritt side more so than the other side, and he was pretty confident, I reckon, just listening to him over the last 3 weeks that was going to get done. So maybe some maybe some bruised egos as well.
Some of your feedback. Andrew, Mackie and the Cats, stiff not to get on this list. They think they can pull stars out of every club every year.
Fair.
This year they've got egg on their face, and their monster improvement was James Warple. Maybe don't offer 3 picks in the 20s and 30s for Charlie Curnow and put up or shut up for once.
Fair. Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
Sick of hearing about Kane complaining over Collingwood. They said they were going to the draft.
What draft?
Well, they
They picked 50? What picks they got? Can I have Collingwood? I'm putting our crew out the back under pressure.
I'll keep reading while they do that. You'd told them to go to the draft. They're playing the youth. You've said they have to play the youth. You wouldn't be happy if $1 million fell onto your lap in capital letters.
But they can't go to the draft because there's their picks. 39, 45, 56, 61 in one of the worst drafts everyone's telling me in history.
They went for Clayton Oliver and they went for Josh.
Yeah, they're not going the draft. So they're not going the draft with pick 39 as your first pick.
I think old mate off the text is basing on the fact that Craig McRae did say last year, I said players not picks this year will be a little bit more balanced. But as you see, you've only got the tools you've got, and they were still after established midfielders to give them a chop at. Fellas, big North fan. Would love to hear from Jason where he thinks his son will nominate himself in the draft next year. That's Aidan McCartney. And Jason McCartney not too far away. He's going to join us, the GWS head of football. That'll be done via Zoom. And I'm told our sound issues have been resolved. So I really hope when Jason joins us, you'll be able to hear him. I'm told as well, though, if you are watching via the app on the video, there are no problems with that. Craig Cameron's going to join us at 8:30, the Gold Coast General Manager of Football. There's a lot to get to with Craig Cameron as well. So that is all ahead of us. Dom Ambrosio before we are done as well. The Kalachi one, it's just fascinated me all the way through. I just can't believe they didn't do the deal, the Brisbane Lions. So I'm really looking forward to the explainer from Dom Ambrosio.
Probably the only club that can get away with not doing it with where they're at. I mean, they're flying, Brisbane, absolutely flying. Yet they lost a couple, but they just rate him so highly, and rightly so. I mean, he's been a pivotal player, but you cannot blame him for looking to shore up his future. I would imagine, and I said this yesterday, I would imagine he's a $350,000 to $400,000 player. And at Adelaide, I'd suspect they're going to pay him probably close to $7 on 5 years at 28 years of age to have that security. So after the success that he's already had, but I also, as I said, can't blame Brisbane for the love that they've got and not wanting to give him away in what is a pretty average draft, as everyone keeps telling us. So they just didn't see the value was there. They'll have a crack at trying to convince him to stay. They'll pull out all stops. But
they don't honestly. I mean, was that just theatre at the end?
Well, they'll have a crack. Absolutely. They'll have a crack.
He's leaving not for football reasons. He's leaving for family reasons.
I reckon he'll be leaving for financial reasons.
And financial reasons.
Yeah.
But look, you're 28, okay, you've given... Okay,
no issue with it.
He's helped them, they've helped him, vice versa. But he chose not to go the secret path, and he chose not to wait until the end, like some other players. He went to Brisbane, well, Ben Williams said months ago, and put his cards on the table and said, I'm being open and transparent and honest with you. This is why I want to go. Can we make something happen? They said, yeah, we'll try to work something out. Obviously, no guarantees would have been given. So for it not to work out, I think, interesting, because they're going to lose him for nothing. But as you say, when you're a back-to-back premier, maybe you can afford to lose a key pillar of your side.
What's happening with Danny Daly?
He knocked it back. He knocked it back, I think.
Did he really?
Yeah, he knocked it back. I think he did. So we'll ask Dom that later on. But it was like GWS, the Giants. They were shot out of a cannon, Kane, after Melbourne made it clear that Clayton Oliver needed to find a new home. In fact, they met with Clary on the very same day, and they got a commitment from him not long after, and they got their man. Their head of football at the Giants, of course, is Jason McCartney, and he joins us via Zoom on the early trade. Jason, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. Good morning, Kane. How are you?
You happy?
Yeah, delighted. Yeah, like as you explained, it was one that you go into this period and you do need to keep a real open mind and be quite nimble in the way you approach things. So, we were unaware until, Sam, I think you broke it actually on the trade radio that meeting occurred with Melbourne. So that was something that pretty much within a couple of hours I was speaking to Clayton's manager and Nick Gershon to just get a bit of an understanding where it all sat. And then from then we were quite fortunate in a way that Clayton had actually pre-arranged a trip 2 or 3 days prior to that meeting that he was coming to Sydney. So, yeah, obviously we jumped into action pretty quickly and were able to arrange a meeting to get the ball rolling with trying to get Clayton on board and then obviously facilitate a trade.
You got him on the Blue Goose boat, Jace. Was that the difference? Was that the deciding factor?
The Blue Goose is the factor, Kane. There might be a bit of Blue Goose action this afternoon, actually, after we wrap things up. But, yeah, it was, like I said, it was just fortunate that Clayton was coming up here. I reached out to him, an instant reply, didn't think we'd be able to meet straight away. It was more around the message being, hey, when the dust settles, Adam and myself would love to chat with you and Nick and your management team. And Clayton's response was, I'm free tomorrow. So we actually had our Kevin Sheedy medal, our best and fairest that night. So there was a fair bit of organising going on while the best and fairest was on, and just our players were scattering off overseas the next day. So gathering the troops who were still around for that, and we had plenty of boys put their hand up. They wanted to be part of that. Our guys are really hungry. Like we've been around the mark, but we haven't been good enough. Obviously, that's the feedback we're getting. We've failed in the last two final series. So, yeah, this has been a great acquisition for us.
How much work went on for his off-field stuff, Jace? It's been reasonably well documented that there's been issues there and distractions. What sort of player are you going to get coming to your club off the field?
Yeah, it's one thing you have to dig pretty deep into, and like we spoke to a number of people, whether it be people he's worked with at Melbourne, players, and then outside that in the broader industry, just to gather as much information as you can. And it's a lot about, too, what you need to put in place, not necessarily to rule people out, but what you need to put in place, like we did with Jesse Hogan, like we did with James Street, like you do with every player. And what we found is, there've been some things along the way, but I think many people have obstacles throughout the journey of life, and in particular when you're in the spotlight of an AFL career. But we were strong on the information we gathered that there was nothing there that would prevent us going down this path and having full confidence that Clayton, his character and in our environment, would get a really strong, positive result.
You got a pretty good record of getting the former club to pay a big portion of salaries. I think Heath Shaw and Delidio and Ryan Griffin and now Clayton Oliver. It's a credit to you in that space. That was a big factor in this one.
Yeah, I don't want to comment too much about other clubs and what they have to do. But what I will say, I've been on the other side of this when I was at the Bulldogs and the Tom Boyd trade and Ryan Griffin, where we paid at the Bulldogs. I think I paid Ryan more in his first year at the Giants than what I was paying him at the Bulldogs. So, it's nice to be on the other side of it.
So the deal only got done yesterday, though. So, again, without going into specifics, was it the haggling over the future third, or was it more the haggling over the finances that meant that it went into the last day?
Yeah, I really only had one or two discussions with Tim Lamb once Clayton agreed that he wanted to come and join us at the Giants. And around that, it was just, all it was about this is the pick we have and this is what we'd be prepared to do. So from that, I know Melbourne had a lot going on and they're pretty active with, players going out, but also what they're acquiring via picks and players. So ultimately, the negotiation was more myself and Nick Geeshan and Paul Connors about, hey, this is what we can pay. And that's really the negotiation part. I think after that meeting occurred with Clayton and Melbourne back a couple of weeks ago now, that they knew then what they were doing, but you also, they didn't have any real strength in this negotiation. And again, it's horses for courses. I've been on the other side of it. I think Tim Land's a fantastic operator, done it really well for Melbourne for a long period of time, but your hands can be tied in some situations. So you just can't, you need to look at what you require in a trade period in totality. And obviously, they were able to get to work with the Gold Coast on what they got for Christian Petrarca. And it's situational because that looks like a lot, and it is. But remember, the Gold Coast objectives are different. They didn't really need those picks either. So, yeah, I think what you do at the end of a period, the dust settles and you look at, okay, what we were able to do with all our dealings. And that's how you assess rather than just individual deals you've done.
Jason, since we last had you on Trade Radio, obviously you've re-signed Lecalier. St Kilda spoke, around that last night. There weren't a lot of answers and there wasn't a lot of clarity, but you've re-signed him to a 2-year deal and obviously you're delighted with that. Yeah,
it was. It's been an interesting period for Lec, but yeah, we are delighted. Like if we go into this trade period thinking Lec was obviously leaving the club and gone, So to be able to bring Clayton in and retain Leck, and obviously we've got Jaden Laverde coming in via another mechanism post-draft. So it's been, again, in totality, it's been really successful. And, like we said to Leck straight away, both myself and Adam Kingsley spoke to him last week when we found out that St Kilda was walking away from that arrangement or that they had in place. We just assured him that he's more than, we're more than comfortable. We'd love to have him back. And that's one of the things, we've had a lot of players that we've traded over the journey, or a couple have left, but a lot of we've had to sort of work with the player and the manager. You've obviously got a salary cap you work within. So there hasn't been too many players that have left the Giants on bad terms. So it was never an issue with him coming back. Like, we're really happy where he sits as a player. Like, he's still developing. A bit later to the game, obviously NGA over in South Australia with Adelaide and just evolving. So he's far from the finished product, but there's a lot to work with. He's got incredible resilience, such a popular person with our football club too. He's overseas with a number of our players at the moment, which was great. So he had support around him, but he works really hard. So, it's great that we've been able to sign him for another 2 seasons and let him keep progressing and building his game.
Jason, brilliant. You were quick on the phone, no doubt about that, and you got your man. And luckily, is a nice little icing on top of the cake. I guess the acquisition or the reacquisition that you didn't expect. But awesome to have you on, mate. You've always been very generous with your time and kind to us here at AFL Trade Radio. So well done to the Giants, and best of luck with that pick 12 going into the draft.
Yeah, no, thanks, guys, and well done on the coverage too. It's quite exceptional, to be honest. It allows, I don't know what others do, but it allows us who are in the industry to really keep across things, especially when you're an interstate club. So, incredible coverage. So well done. I hope you guys get a bit of a rest now as well.
Good on you,
Good
mate.
man. Jason McCartney there, who now
Blue
plays
Goose.
on... Yeah, the Blue Goose.
Blue Goose was the difference here.
Blue Goose and Subway. Don't overthink the catering, okay? Just get a couple of footlongs in. I think meatballs, Clayton's footlong of choice, so just don't muck around. A couple of beers. I think there was even some harn. All due respect.
They've taken no risk, really, in all this. You get a player in whose wage is going to be subsidised by the other club. Well, certainly an off-field risk, but and a long-term risk, to be fair. So the risk is in the length of the deal that they've committed to for Clayton Oliver. It's not a 2-year contract.
Yeah, but they're not exposed.
They're not a 5, but they're not exposed financially. And they're in the business of winning premierships and trying to get better. As you said, they haven't been good enough. They've fallen short. They still take pick 12 to the draft. They haven't lost a whole lot. And let's hope Clayton Oliver can resemble something like he looked 2 or 3 years ago.
So Jacob Ware leaves, as you can see there, pick 14, pick 37, the 2026 third-round pick. Out and in comes Clayton Oliver, ready to go, alongside Tom Green, Finn Callahan and the like. That's a pretty good midfield, isn't it? And pick 12 leaving. The one other piece of the GWS puzzle I didn't raise with Jason because it's not trade-related, but it's a bit of a disaster with Josh Kelly, who's going to miss pretty much the entirety of the 2026 season after hip surgery, which they feared was going to be a scenario. Not the absolute worst-case scenario, but pretty close to it. He's just got to get on top of this hip issue that he's carried for a long period of time, and particularly this year where he just couldn't get out there and train and play consistently. So that's unfortunately for them, the bad news story out of the off-season. But they nailed the trade, and I'm sure they'll nail the draft as well. All right, we'll get a break in because Craig Cameron is going to join us shortly. He's been a very busy man, the head of list strategy and the like at the Gold Coast Suns. So we'll get him on the phone or via the Zoom. Tom Morris and James Hurd to follow us. Callan Riley after that with the deadline debrief on Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio. Great to have your company. Keep your texts coming through on the IMR. We'll read them out on the other side.
The early trade. Milwaukee is not just for today or tomorrow, it's forever. Milwaukee, forever for the trade. And Deakin University, home to the world's #1 sports science school.
This trade period, there are some top-performing players you'd love to have on your team. If you're with Host Plus, you're with the top-performing super fund over the long term. And we're proud to be the official superannuation partner of the AFL. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited, based on super ratings data as at July 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
G'day, Brad Johnson here. As the siren sounds on this season, is your business looking for fresh talent? MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, can help. Think of them as your all-in-one recruiter, coach and player development team, finding star apprentices, managing contracts and providing ongoing training and support. And for a limited time, you'll get $2,000 cash back on new apprentice placements. Visit MEGT.com.au.
Durafit by Blunston is the newest safety range for day in, day out wear, with features that cushion and protect from the ground up, like impact-resistant composite toe caps, slip-resistant soles, and responsive cushioning where you need it most. Topped off with water-resistant leather for durability and protection from the elements. Each pair is backed by Blunston's legendary quality and craftsmanship, and engineered for endurance. Durafit by Blunston. For day in, day out, hard work.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for Double Impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
BP service station ahead.
At BP, you'll find value at every turn, from quality fuel like BP Ultimate that helps protect your engine for the long run. Or 3 for $10 mix and save deals on your favourite drinks and snacks. Earn BP points or Qantas points with BP Rewards and get every 5th Wild Bean Cafe coffee free. Whatever reason you turn into BP, you'll find value at every turn. Participating sites only. See bp.com.au/turn-in for full T's and C's.
Look at this guy flexing his new Flex drill.
Mate, that's what I thought, but you gotta try this thing.
The new Flex 24-volt power tool range. More power without the weight. A 30-day money-back guarantee and a lifetime warranty. Flex Tools. Demand more. Search flex-tools.com.au.
You weren't kidding.
Flex Tools. Demand more.
Something like 90% of beers drunk in Australia are owned overseas. That's why the farmers behind Traveller created a straight-up Aussie lager that's made with only local ingredients and is actually Australian-owned. It's even better for you because Traveller is ultra-low-carb and low-cal. It comes in a midi or a full strength, and now they have a new mid-strength 30 block to stock up with. That's available in all good bottle shops. Make good choices and find a Traveller near you at traveller.com.au.
One weekend, 2 leagues, everything basketball and culture. Hoops Fest is coming back to Perth. The ultimate celebration of basketball is back in WA for the 2nd straight year. Don't miss blockbuster Hungry Jacks, NBL and WNBL matchups across 4 unforgettable days. Hoops Fest, the ultimate fusion of sport, culture, music and entertainment. January 15 to 18, 2026 in Perth. Tickets available now at hoopsfest.com.au.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
Yeah, welcome back. Unsurprisingly, a lot of the feedback off the IMAR text line still concerning Zach Merritt and the non-trade to Hawthorn. Charlie, is a disruptive approach from Sam Mitchell working? Harley Reid, Oscar Allen, Zach Merritt. I'm a Hawks supporter. I'm glad we didn't give up all those picks for Merritt. Also, don't blame Essendon for not trading their captain. Now, how do the Hawks use these picks and convert them to next year so they can go all in on Bailey Humphrey? Give me Humphrey over Zach Butters every day of the week. It's been up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I think they will turn their attention pretty significantly to Zach Butters, along with probably 4 other Victorian clubs. They'll have the salary cap space probably to accommodate that now, if they can shuffle some things around, and the assets to be able to strike a deal with Port Adelaide when they match that free agency bid for Zach Butters, but they won't be alone. The Western Bulldogs will be loading up. There'll be other clubs, and Humphrey, I'm sure, will try and get home as well, but we'll speak to Craig Cameron. They've been pretty steadfast on that, and I can't see a world in which Gold Coast Buckle in 12 months' time is contracted until 2028. So hopefully they hold a hard line with him as well, like they have done pretty admirably throughout this period.
And as far as Zach Butters goes, every club's buying a ticket to that raffle. Make no mistake. A lot of them are already positioning.
Who's in the raffle? Definitely Geelong?
Carlton,
Geelong, Bulldogs, Essendon, and Hawthorn.
Essendon. I reckon all 10 Victorian clubs are going to have a crack.
Well, he won't go to North.
He won't. But they're all going to inquire. Of course they are. I think those clubs you mentioned will be at the forefront of the decision, and this will be a conversation that will rage. Let's not get to it too early for the entirety of next year until he does make a decision. I mean, wow, it's going to be massive, that one. D's. Some people not happy. D's. What a flop. Got in slow and old steel and caved and took picks instead of getting Bailey Humphrey. That's an F off the text. That's harsh. So McVie, Oliver, Petrarca and Spargo leave via a combination of mechanisms there. They get CJ in from Hawthorn. He's not old and slow. Max Heath comes in as ruck depth, of course. Brody Mychek was a person that they targeted and went for early and got in. And then Jack Steele came in late. And they're well positioned draft-wise.
Yeah, I don't think it's a flop. I think they've made the best out of a difficult situation. What they need to do is now shift the narrative. We saw Ross Lyon with a media masterclass right from day one of pre-season last year. We're young. And I played the drinking game every time Ross mentions they're young. I had to have a shot of soda water, and I was well hydrated.
Oh, wow.
I was well hydrated by the end of the year. That's almost what Stephen King needs to do. So they've got to move away from the finals narrative, which they've been sort of delusionally sharing recently, and move that away to a reset around youth, rebuilding, elite talent, and their future looks pretty good.
All right. Well, it was a huge trade period for the Gold Coast Suns. In a massive exchange window, they farewelled 5 players in total. They brought in 2, and they saw a series of draft picks change hands. Next year's midfield makes for exciting reading if you're of the Suns' persuasion, and terrifying reading if you're not. And this man has overseen the lot. He's the Gold Coast GM, player, list and talent. I speak, of course, of Craig Cameron. Craig, welcome back to Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio.
Thanks, Sam. And Kane, how are you?
You would have needed a double Barocca this morning after the events of yesterday, I reckon.
No, I just went for an early morning walk just to clear the head.
I'm just reading the Herald Sun. They've given you a 9 out of 10. The most successful team, according to them, of the trade period. How would you give yourself out of 10? What score?
Oh, you know I'm not going to answer that, Kane. we don't give ourselves a rating. It's just we're just trying to improve our list and hopefully bring in the players that help the club and the rest of the guys improve for next year. So it's always found ratings of trade periods pretty interesting because you really don't know until 3 years into the future. So,
but you've achieved what you needed to have achieved. What does Petrarca do for your team?
Oh, he gives us great flexibility through the midfield. Gives us a bigger body in the midfield. I think we found in the finals that we probably needed a bit of that. He also gives us flexibility in going forward and gives us some X factor up there as well. So I think he can play a range of positions for us.
How's your salary cap going? I mean, are you bursting at the seams or are you under control?
No, we're under control. As Sam mentioned, we let I think there's 5 players departed during the trade period, and that allowed us to make the decision we made around Christian. And also some of the things we've done in the past few years have also allowed us to manage our cap to a position where we could take someone on of Christian's calibre.
I've asked you this in the lead up prior to the official confirmation that Jamar will be at your footy club, but how are you going to solve the issue of 4 talls? You could only play 2 in the finals. Now you've got 4 genuinely talented talls on your list. Is there any angst amongst the group, and or do you just view it as healthy competition?
I know, absolutely view it as healthy competition. I think the change to 5 on the bench gives us greater flexibility, gives us, especially with a player like Ethan Reid, who can play second ruck, has such a great running capacity, he can play in a range of positions. I think we'll see Jed emerge. This will be he's going to his 3rd season. So I think competition in that spot's pretty good.
Is Bailey Humphrey a player with the mindset to take the disappointment and come back and still perform to the optimal level, or is this a risk that the events of this trade period could affect his performance?
There's a long time between the trade period ending and the season starting, so I've got no doubt once he comes back, Bailey's a competitive beast and he'll want to put his best foot forward. I think the other thing to understand is during trade period, our position has to be really strong. Clubs are obviously interested in Bailey. We were trying to complete a deal for Christian. Melbourne had an interest. So we had to take a really strong position during trade period. Now that period's over, then we can sit down with Bailey and his manager and talk about what it looks like when he comes back and what assistance we can give Bailey during the year to deal with some of the things he needs to deal with.
Craig, the Christian Petrarca deal, I think we were conditioned to understanding that it was going to be enormous and it was going to be complicating. I don't think any of us thought it was going to be quite this big. So you get him and there's 3 second rounders coming, or 2 second rounders coming back to you and a future second rounder. And then you give up as part of a deal that I won't bore people with now, but 3 first rounders go out. So how do you reflect on the specifics and the weeds of this deal in particular?
I think the best way to look at it is in perspective of a 3-year window that we've just had, where we knew how strong our academy was going to be in terms of producing some talented players. We felt we had our cap in the right position to be able to attack the market. So 3 years ago, we took 4 academy boys in the first round. Last year, we took Leo Lombard. This year, there's a number of academy players. We think 2 of them will be first rounders. So we needed to make sure that we made trades and collected enough draft points to be able to acquire those players. But we also wanted to improve the ready-made players for our club. So Daniel Rioli last year with John Noble and this year with Christian and Jamara. It's sort of been a 3-year plan and a 3-year window for us to make those changes, and we made a decision that having done that for 3 years, that we could afford to let a little bit of future draft capital go so that we could get ourselves set.
When did the club formulate a position on going after Jamar Ugle-Hagan? How far back does that go?
It's a good question. I can't exactly tell you the timing, but it would be a good couple of months, Sam. It takes a fair bit to work through with someone like Jamara in terms of some of the issues that we had to investigate, and also to work out what his position was with the Bulldogs, given that he was contracted. So I'd say a good couple of months. We've been having conversations with Robbie D'Orazio, his manager, in the first place.
So understand the obvious sensitivity, so we don't expect chapter and verse here, but how did you, just broadly speaking, how do you strike the balance between protecting yourselves, which you need to do, but also allowing him the best chance to succeed? And I'm referring here to how you've orchestrated his contract going forward.
So his contract's it's a 1-year contract with a trigger clause. I won't go into the other clauses that are in the contract. I don't think that's fair to make that public. The other part of it is actually trying to put structure around him from a performance perspective. So ensuring that we're getting back to condition to play AFL footy. And probably the first thing to do is getting back to condition to complete a proper pre-season. And then just putting structure in his life. Jared Harbrow will play a big role in that from an Indigenous perspective, and then obviously with medical and psychological services that we'll use with Jamara. I think I've said this a number of times, but the big thing is that we're giving Jamara a second chance, and it's now up to him to commit to that second chance, but also to use all the structures that we're going to put around him to give himself the best chance to return to footy.
So I don't want to delve too much into the personal, but setting him up to succeed off the field, would he move in with someone like Jared Harbrow? How do you set him up away from the field?
Yeah, so long term he'll move in with Jared.
And the trigger clause is more around a games played clause, is it, for that second year?
Yeah, so the trigger clause is a games played, and then there's other clauses, which, to be honest, is just most of the clauses are in standard playing contracts anyway in terms of behaviour, and the other clauses are more pointing to that, if you like.
How delighted is the coach to get his hands on Christian Petrarca next year?
Yeah, he's pretty excited. He rang me a few times last night, and Cal Burns, our national recruiting manager, so he's pretty excited. He was texting me at 6:30 this morning, so I don't know if he's been moving magnets around or what he's been doing, but pretty happy.
Have you got an answer from Danny Daly yet?
Yeah, I think Danny is staying at Brisbane. That's the impression that I got last night. I don't think we've had anything official, but...
Yeah, that's a big piece, isn't it, the head of football, to state the obvious, and they don't grow on trees, Craig. No,
they don't. It's a tough position. It's a lot of putting fires out and solving people's problems, but would have been nice if Danny had joined us, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be staying at Brisbane.
So before we let you go, the play going forward for next month's draft and the academy, I guess, pieces you've got involved in that? Yeah, so without getting too boring, our national recruiting manager, Cal Burns, has actually built a model that helps us understand and manage what points will occur or are needed when we go into the draft. We actually used it during this trade period so that whenever we made a move, Cal could plug that in and get an understanding of what we might need. So I think the pick swaps start again next week. Cal will be really heavily involved in that. And then obviously we've got some plans on draft night with some clubs that'll look to move up the board and help give us some additional points. So there's still a little bit of work to do. Well, you and your team, Craig, have been one of the busiest in this year's trade period. There is no doubt about that, and yet you still found time for us. So we really appreciate it. We do every year, mate. Well done on what you've done, and best of luck building up to the draft. No worries. Thanks a lot, guys. Awesome. That's Craig Cameron there, the list boss at the Gold Coast Suns. Bit doing. Ainsworth, Butterick, Fiorini, Flanders, Malcolm Roses Jr. all left. Petrarca and Ugle-Hagan, the big acquisitions from a player perspective. You can see the pick shuffling going on there. Do you rate it? Oh, big time. Yeah, big time. I think what they've lost looks like a lot, but they're hoping for some growth underneath as well. I mean, players like Will Graham and Closey and these types, they're good players. Like that they've got ready to explode Rogers as well. Yep. Rogers is another one to come through. Leo Lombard, another one that they've got. Like, it's frightening the amount of talent on their list. If I was a supporter of any club in the next 5 years, I'd be wanting to support Gold Coast. I think the success coming this club's way in the next 5 years is going to be frightening and the envy of a lot of clubs. They're in an unbelievable position to have sustained period of success and win multiple premierships. As long as they keep that pink kit. I love that pink kit as well. But sign up for a Suns membership, absolutely. I'm our text line 0426307511. We'll read through some of those. But up next, the Brisbane Lions list boss, Dom Ambrosio. Oh, here we go. He's going to join us on the early trade. That's up soon.
The early trade. Milwaukee is not just for today or tomorrow, it's forever. Milwaukee, forever for the trade. And Deakin University, home to the world's #1 sports science school.
Looking for your best job match? You know, the one that has you jumping out of bed like it's grand final morning. Game on! With the best job matches, Seek can help you find what you're looking for. Search by job skills, work type or location. Whether you're looking to make the big leagues with a career move, need more flexibility to catch every match, or want to team up with your dream employer, simply Seek and you shall find. Download the Seek app today.
Seek! And you shall find.
Land Cruiser Prado Altitude didn't win 4x4 Magazine's 4x4 of the Year award by playing clean. It earned it in the dirt. With refined suspension and multi-terrain select monitor, it was built for all-round performance. So you can take on more.
This Land Cruiser drives us home.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Choices Flooring Style Without Limit sale is here, bringing you fresh flooring and window furnishing ideas to transform every space in time for the festive season. From bold statements to timeless neutrals, discover real style, real expression and real inspiration for your home. Plus, buy any generic collection product and you could win a Dyson Wash G1 2-in-1 wet floor cleaner each day. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com or visit your local showroom today.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for Double Impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au. From
20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Cinemas October 23.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. Creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Kill hungry thirsty dead. Stop your grumbling and pick up an Oak 750ml. It's full strength, full flavour, full on. Grab any of the Oak 750ml range today for just $4.99 each. Available now at all participating Metro Petroleum locations, October 1st to 31st.
Feeling the pinch with the heat? For cooling without the pinch in your pocket, contact Energy Educators. Energy Educators make it easy for eligible residents to claim their split system air conditioner and installation through the Victoria Energy Upgrade Program. To check your eligibility for generous rebates on split systems, search Energy Educators online. Their automated quoting tool helps you find your existing heater type, room size and your brand new energy efficient split system. Stay cool, save big. EnergyEducators.com.au.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
Welcome back. It's the early trade. Sam, Edmund, Kane Corns with you. It's deadline debrief here, the final day of Trade Radio for season 2025. And as we sit and review the clubs and get all hindsight hero about it, Kane, we turn our attention to the Brisbane Lions, who won and lost via free agency this year. They bring in Oscar Allen and Sam Draper, of course. They farewell Brandon Starcevich, but the back-to-back premier, didn't they dig in on the trade negotiations with Adelaide for Callum Archie, who wasn't dealt by the close of business last night to the Crows. The Lions list manager is Dom Ambrosio. Dom, really appreciate your time after a very hectic time.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Although you looking at the vision of you last night, Dom, you look very relaxed. There was a lot of huffing and puffing around you. You didn't get out of a stroll in the corridors of Marvel.
I think at that time of year, some guys get excited about picks and numbers and all that sort of stuff, but the reality is there's not that much difference between the draft picks anyway. But anyway, that's for others to decide.
So Callum Archie, who you retain for now, the Crows offered a future second and a future third. I think that was as good as their offer got. Why didn't you take that, Dom?
Oh, we didn't feel it was fair value for Cal. That's all we've ever sought. I think it's been widely reported what we would have sought for him, which was a pick slide. And at the end of the day, we just didn't think that was fair value for a player of Cal's calibre.
Just give us a bit more information on what you would have accepted if you can, Dom.
Well, the proposal that was put forward was a future second and a future third. We sought to replace that future third with a pick slide. And we moved a long way in the negotiations to find a middle ground. but we need to maintain the value to us. In the end, the only difference between our best offers was a slide from 16 back to 23. They're both first-round picks. We'll likely use the pick for points, and there'll likely be other picks used in and around that 4 points. So by the time selection actually comes to be used, it'll possibly be less than a 7-pick slide.
So, Dom, after all of that, I mean, as you go home last night, you put your head on the pillow. Ultimately, Cal Archie's out of contract. How do you rationalise the fact that you stand to lose him for nothing in the pre-season draft?
Well, it's a bit about the opportunity cost. At the end of the day, the end of the second round this year is pick 43. The free agency picks get inserted, compensation picks, and that shunts your selections back further down the order. We saw that this year with our picks. The reality is a future third is window dressing, particularly for a successful club. I mean, that pick can end up back in the 50s, and picks in the 50s are very rarely used. So effectively, we're looking at a fairly late-ish pick, and we just didn't find that acceptable, and we were really clear about that from the start.
Were you disappointed in the language used from Ben Williams, his manager, and he shared his disappointment in your footy club? I was questioning whether he was recognising the role that Brisbane have had in Cal's career and the success that he's had, and you guys almost revitalising his career. That was my view on it. What was yours?
Well, look, ultimately, Cal's not a free agent. He's had a great 6 years with our footy club. He's played in 3 grand finals, 2 premierships. He was the player of the finals in 2024. He's a big moments player. He's in his prime, and he's had a 5-year contract offered to him by an opposition club. And we have always loved Cal. We still love Cal. We've always looked after him, and we just can't hand him over for anything other than fair value. We wanted him to stay. We still do. I'm aware that Ben's made some alternate comments to that, but again, that's his choice, and it's ultimately up to the attracting party that are compelled to do the deal.
What's your best guess of how this one plays out from here with him?
Oh, look, as I said, we wanted him to stay. We still do. If he elects to leave, that'll be his choice, and the mechanism exists for him to exit. I mean, when you sign an AFL contract, you're bound by the rules of the AFL. You might not like it. In my contract, it says I have to do media. I don't like that.
Hang on. You were going beautifully until then.
Apologies, Bruce. But look, that's the situation, and I mean everyone's been really clear about what the mechanics are and how this would play out from the very start. We had early conversations about this, so I don't think this is a surprise to anyone.
Dom, have you spoken to Cal directly, or has Danny Daly or Chris Fagan done so?
No, not as of yet. It's certainly my intention to do so. I did send him a message last night, but I thought I'd let him have a bit of a sleep, and then we'll get into contact with him and pick up the pieces from there.
So obviously, by virtue of the fact of where you sit in the pecking order of the competition, which is right at the top, obviously, as a back-to-back premier, you're a club and you're a list who have stars who demand to be paid. How much of this was you sending a message to the rest of the competition that you won't be picked off and your players aren't easy targets?
Oh, look, it's less about sending a message to anyone and more just about we need to do what's in the best interest of our football club. We employ all of us to do what's in the best interest of our football club, and that's what we'll do.
But is losing him for nothing in the best interest of the football club?
It depends on what the opportunity cost is, and the reality is the opportunity cost that we're foregoing is not particularly lucrative, and we already hold an additional future third selection for next year. You can only take in a certain amount of selections into any one draft due to your list spots, and it just doesn't move the needle. So the reality you need to look at is the outcome of which players you can bring into your football club. And it wasn't significantly going to change that position.
So in Oscar Allen and Sam Draper, the pair of them are long-term targets, of course. You set your mind and your attention to getting them, and you did so via free agency. Just how much time, effort, research goes into, I guess, the physical health long-term of both of those guys?
Oh, quite a lot. But we've got a really, really well-credentialed organised and super high performance and medical team, and they've been across the discussions there, and they're quite confident that they can be well managed and good contributors for our footy club.
How do you do it with fitting all these players into your cap? You've done a great job retaining McCluggage and Rayner. Ashcroft was an incredible deal. Fletcher to 2030, incredible deal. You bring the two that Sam just mentioned in on big money. How do you manage your cap so successfully?
With great difficulty. Look, the thing is that we've got a really tight group who want success. They're hungry for success. We look after our players, but all of those guys historically that we've re-signed have been prepared to take a little bit less because ultimately their aim is to be as successful as they can, and they know they'll be well looked after along the journey.
So you must raise your eyebrows at clubs offering players close to $2 million. I wouldn't imagine there's a player at your footy club on anywhere near $2 million, and to have success, I don't think you can afford that. Is that your view as well?
Yeah, look, I think so, but I mean, what other clubs do is up to them. I can only really comment on what the Brisbane Lions do.
So the Will Ashcroft deal was a fantastic achievement, obviously, for your club, Dom. We're led to believe, and you might be able to clarify it with us here, that Zach Bailey's pretty close to re-extending as well?
Oh, look, we'll turn our attention to that. We love Zach. He loves Brisbane. Again, the boys are a really tight group. All our guys have taken a little bit less to stay together. They're a really selfless group like that, and the job of signing Zach Bailey will be something we turn our attention to. We're through the trade period.
Yeah, but you're not worried in any way by the sounds?
Well, not at the moment.
How good's Dan Annable?
Oh, look, he's a talented young player, and he's a really good young man. How good, well, that'll be up to him and how hard he works, but if that's any indication, if how hard he has worked to this point is any indication of what he's going to do in the future, then he's going to be a good young player anyway to our group.
Just a final one for me. I mean, how damaged is your reputation between yourselves and Adelaide? And does that matter if it is?
I'm not buying into any of that. We're not driven by optics. We're driven by the best interest of the football club. We sought only fair value. We didn't stonewall. We communicated clearly. There were no raised voices. Ultimately, it's incumbent upon the attracting club to broker the deal. And look, we've been on the other end of this. We've been on the other end of this with guys like Charlie Cameron, Josh Dunkley, Lockie Neal. They were all guys that we sought to attract to our footy club. And initially, we felt uncomfortable with what was being sought for them at the time. But in those situations, we took the decision that we owed it to those players because we were the initiators of the move. It was beholden upon us to get the deal done. In all those cases, we moved. And in all those cases, we look back with absolutely no regrets.
Dom, we know it's not your favourite thing to do, but we love having you on, mate. And thanks for the time. Obviously, you bring in two players who are ready to go and make you better straight away, and Oscar Allen and Sam Draper. Really appreciate your time, mate, and all the best in the build-up to the draft, of course.
Thanks, guys.
It's Dom Ambrosio there, the list boss at the Brisbane Lions. So this is it in totality. Kano, they're the picks they've got. They're the additions. They're the departures. And I think you can definitely put Kalachi among the departures, but he was strong, unapologetic. Translation, we could have got a little bit, but really that was nothing, and we'd rather make a stand.
And probably the reality for them is players like Starcevic and Archie, who have largely been underpaid by industry standards, are going to get picked off, and that's just going to be what's going to happen as they need to pay these young. Like Logan Morris is a player that is now $1 million player. That's the reality for them now. Whether he stays for less, like others have done, you think he will with the environment that Brisbane have created, but they're going to have to find some cash for him. Levi Ashcroft, Fletcher, they've got stitched up, but Wilmot. They're everywhere at Brisbane, these young groups. They're going to have to find that cash with that means that you lose players like Archie and Starcevic and some others along the way. But they would be factoring that in.
Big show, big
we
finale, big year. That's a wrap for us.
Whoa.
Kate on the early trade for 2024.
Well done.
And a big thanks to everyone behind the scenes who's helped us out, especially Donna's, our legendary producer, for making it all possible behind the scenes. Thanks to IMR, of course, who powered our text line, and all the major sponsors throughout the course of the show. Razorback, Continental Tyres, of course. Don't go anywhere, though, because the deadline debrief continues after this. Kane, Tom Morris.
He's in the house.
James Hird are going to join you. Hird, he's been a revelation this year.
And one of the biggest trades just still in the mix, pending, is
another non-deal.
Is Morris to 7. So, I mean, that's just pending. Like, the others have done, deadline's over, but I don't know what the deadline is for the Morris to 7.
Is he going to be like Merritt? Is he going to be held?
I hear it's on a knife's edge.
Oh, okay.
My information, and I've got good sources, is on it's a knife's edge. Tom, this deal between you and Channel 7, pending. So we're just waiting for that to see where that lands.
He's not happy with you. He's behind the camera waiting to come on. On a serious front, Carl Delina is going to join them.
He just gave me the Bailey Smith.
From the Saints. Justin Leppitsch from Collingwood as well. Looking forward to both of those men. So Tom Morris, James Hird next on Trade Mornings. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your company. Thanks for all your texts. We'll see you again next year.
Trade Mornings for Toyota. Land Cruiser drives its own. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. And Host Plus. Whether you're still in the game or hanging up the boots, Host Plus is on your side. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream Ambi-Heat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
What's better than winning the flag? Winning 8 in a row. Host Plus has won CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row, based on strong, long-term performance, competitive fees, and a great array of product features. Outstanding Value Super, that's a plus.
Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider when choosing a super fund. Visit hostplus.com.au/awards for awards criteria and disclaimers. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before making a decision.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for double impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au.
G'day, Brad Johnson here. As the siren sounds on this season, is your business looking for fresh talent? MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, can help. Think of them as your all-in-one recruiter, coach and player development team, finding star apprentices, managing contracts and providing ongoing training and support. And for a limited time, you'll get $2,000 cash back on new apprentice placements. Visit MEGT.com.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
As Melbourne's spring rain starts to fall, and we know it will, it's the perfect time to get those home renos started. Broken roof tiles, cracked mortar, visible water damage, or just an old tired roof, we can get that fixed in time for Christmas. For all roof types, Harley & Sons get the job done with our famous guarantee on all our work. Get an inspection today or visit harleyroofing.com.au.
For the best roof in town, Harley and Sons won't let you down.
We won't let you down.
Something like 90% of beers drunk in Australia are owned overseas. That's why the farmers behind Traveller created a straight-up Aussie lager that's made with only local ingredients and is actually Australian-owned. It's even better for you because Traveller is ultra-low-carb and low-cal. It comes in a midi or a full strength, and now they have a new mid-strength 30 block to stock up with. That's available in all good bottle shops. Make good choices and find a Traveller near you at traveller.com.au.
Go. Don't get boxed in. Hit the gap. Right at home. Come on.
Oh, wow, look at her. She looks amazing. And that hat, it's a piece of art.
All right, everyone, let me hear you!
Fancy a gallop? Melbourne Cup Carnival, November 1st to 8th. Tickets on sale now at vrc.com.au.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
Good morning. Welcome to Trade Mornings. James Hurd, we're in a new studio, but it's the same show. And for the last time in 2025, welcome.
No, thanks, Tom. Great to be here. We've had a big year together and a big 10 days, but what an afternoon or evening it was last night, a trade period like we've probably never seen before.
So we've got Justin Leppitsch coming up this morning, the list manager at Collingwood. We've got Mark McKenzie, the list manager at Hawthorn. Justin Reid, the list manager at Adelaide. David Trotter, in about 5 minutes, he's the manager of Steele, Marshall, May, Simpkin and Hollands. So that will be an interesting chat. But before we get to David Trotter, I want to ask you about Essendon and Zach Merritt.
Fantastic.
This is the biggest story of the trade period, and it might be the biggest story in 2026. What happens next year, and how does Essendon navigate what's ahead of them now, with Zach Merritt wanting to leave and then being forced to stay?
Yeah, well, there's no doubt Zach's disappointed in what happened. I think he was definitely wanting to get to Hawthorn, had his mindset on Hawthorn and pushed very hard, but Essendon stood resolute, and Andrew Welsh particularly decided that he wanted Zach to stay, and it was more than, in my opinion, more than just Zach. It was about, this is a principle for the club. We've got to put a line in the sand, and we've got to say this club is not going to get pushed around. And it was on Hawthorn to really bring more than what they did, because it was Essendon's player, and I think that was Andrew's point of view. He's an Essendon player, and unless it's something that is so far too good to refuse, we're not going to do it.
Do you think that Essendon was asking too much for 4 first-rounders and a future second-rounder?
If it's purely on the player or on the trade, perhaps, but I don't think it was. It was big on that. I think this is a line in the sand about the whole club. I feel he's been unhappy about where it's been, the way it's been run, and wants to put a line in the sand and say this is our club and this is where it's what it's going to stand for.
So this is Tom Petraro last night in amongst the list managers and the recruiters of both clubs. He was filthy, clearly. The vision showed that. He's the manager of Zach Merritt. He was actually very angry in the Hawthorn rooms, speaking about the Essendon team, and then he went into the Essendon team and had a chat to Matt Rosa as well. Last one on this. Do you think Essendon did the right thing holding Zach Merritt?
I think they did for their club and where it's standing. And people talk about, yes, it was 3 first rounds, but a couple of first, one of the first
4
rounds,
first rounders.
Well, one of the first rounds wasn't. It was a second round in terms of, yes, it was picked 22, but it's going to be effectively what was a second round. If you talk about a first round is 1 to 18, like that really is what.
Yeah, but you know the compensation picks.
Yeah, I know it is, but we sort of the lines are blurred. First round is 1 to 18. Second is 19 to 36. Yeah. That's the way I would look at it. And I think Essendon looked and said, all right, what is the player we're going to get for those picks, and can that compensate us going forward? And they decided no.
We'll pick up this conversation a little bit later on. Luckily, Herder, we've got an hour and a half together. But joining us now is David Trotter, who is the player manager from Hemisphere Sports. Dave, thanks so much for joining us this morning. It's been a busy period for you. Let's start off with a positive. You managed to get Jai Sarong to the Sydney Swans. How did that play out?
Yeah, morning, Tom. Morning, Herdy. Great result for Jai. He, Hawthorn
would have liked to keep Jai ideally, but when they bring in Adelaide Crows last year, and Josh is one of our clients, Jai's just toiled away in the VFL, won his second best and fairest, so I think he'd be a great acquisition for Sydney.
Yeah, it's fantastic, Dave, and thanks for coming on. Jack Steele, I mean, we don't see a captain of a football club traded very often, and with all that happened with Charlie Curnow and Zach Merritt, it probably didn't get the exposure that it normally would get. Jack won't say this, but do you feel that St Kilda disrespected Jack in any way in the way they've treated him in terms of this trade? Because it does feel like Jack has given the St Kilda Football Club everything he's got, and then just to be moved on at this point, I didn't think was ideal from St Kilda to Jack's point of view.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't say disrespected, Hurdy. I'd say they would think the opposite. I think they had some really honest conversations. The hard thing was it came quite quickly. They only let Jack know sort of a week or two ago that they'd like him to have a look around and thought it might be best for him. But in the end, look, credit to St Kilda. They were actually really good to get the deal done. In the end, they made it quite easy for Jack to move. Look, Jack's biggest quality is how loyal he is. He took a lot to get his head around this move. He's a Saints person. He, bleeds for the club. He really struggled with it, but I think when we sat down and weighed it all up, he realised it was the best thing, and he's excited about getting to Melbourne. They've got some exciting young midfield. We've got Harvey Langford, one of our boys there, is pretty excited to have him down.
Was part of the reluctance the fact he's been through the hard times of St Kilda and maybe the good times are about to come?
Yeah, that was his hardest thing, that he's been through some tough times with the Saints, and he's really hopeful still that they have some success with what they've done. Saints are pretty honest. They've had some honest conversations with him this year that will he be part of that midfield and, what his role might look like, and it might have been a challenge for him. So once they communicated that, I think it was the right decision for him.
David, I understand that as a footballer, purely as a player and a midfielder, but he was captain of the club. But how much did that sting him that he's gone from being captain to trade bait?
Yeah, it does hurt him, but he knew he was stepping down as captain. The biggest thing for Jack, he wants to enjoy his last few years of footy, and part of that was going to be stepping down from the captaincy, to hand it over to someone else. So he wasn't officially going to be captain anyway if he did stay. But yeah, it's been tough for Jack. It's while a lot of people in his situation, I think, would have jumped at the chance to go and get a fresh start, it took him a long time to come to terms with. But I think, look, both clubs, I think it's the right decision, and in the end, so does Jack.
And why Melbourne? I think there was rumours in the trade period it was Essendon and the other clubs. Why was Melbourne the club he chose?
Yeah, look, he had a few clubs reach out, and he was quite reluctant. He didn't want to speak to anyone. He was adamant he was staying at the Saints. And credit to Melbourne, they just wanted one meeting, and I think they're making some changes down there. And Stephen King coming in was very impressive, and the whole team down there in the way they pitched it. And I think Jack walked into that meeting thinking he was no chance, and I think he left feeling very valued and wanted, which for anyone, a footballer, whether they're Jack soon to be 30 or 18, if you feel wanted and that you can add value, that goes a long way.
Staying with St Kilda, so Jack Steele wanted to stay and he got moved on. Rowan Marshall wanted to leave and he's been forced to stay. How close did that deal get to getting done to the Cats?
Yeah, look, in the end, Saints, and I think there's a bit of a misconception. It's one of my things. The guys in the office hear me talk about it all the time, that everyone says players have got all the power. I think that's a big misconception, and we've seen that in the last 24 hours. The clubs have got all the power when you're contracted. They've just chose a lot of times in the past not to use it, and I've got respect for St Kilda. They didn't want to let him go. So I said to Ro, that's a credit to you, mate, that they didn't want to. I think when we started the trade period, I think there was not an appetite to do it, but I think there was an openness from St Kilda in some of the early conversations, and we felt a shift in that with a few days to go. And, they stuck to their word, and credit to the Cats. They came hard the last 2 or 3 minutes, all in the room together. There was a lot of stuff flying around, and it wasn't through lack of trying. So, look, Ro's a professional. He'll go back. I don't think anyone can blame him with credit to St Kilda with getting Tom in, but Ro's a number one ruck, and most of them want to play that, and he saw the opportunity to do that at the Cats. He knows he won't be doing that at the Saints. But, yeah, it's up to them to make it work, and Ro will give it a good crack.
And to that point, does he know what his role will be going forward? Will he be rucking off the bench? Will they be able to spend more time on and off the bench as the ruck role, or will be going forward as well? Because it feels like with 5 on the bench, a lot of clubs are thinking that they'll be able to ruck, 2 ruckmen, particularly spending one of them to spend a bit more time on the bench.
Yeah, he's not exactly sure, Hurdy, and that's probably part of it. And that's, I think, a bit of Rowe's frustration throughout the year. And we've had really open chats with the Saints, and they've been good about it, that Rowe's not really sure how it is going to work. Now, they didn't officially know they had Tom till the last couple of weeks. So those conversations will all happen now, and I'm sure it'll be a mix of Rowe's done a bit of forward stuff, and with 5 on the bench, I think a few clubs will give that a go, and whether it works or not remains to be seen.
Steve May was told to have a look by Melbourne. There was some rumours flying around yesterday that he was at Adelaide Airport, which sent the trade world into a tailspin. Was he meeting with Port? Was he meeting with the Crows? In the end, it looks like he's staying at the Demons. A, how difficult has this period been for him? And B, was there any tickles from any other clubs to suggest that he could move?
Yeah, my phone went a bit nuts when he was sitting at Adelaide Airport, and his flight was delayed by 3 or 4 hours, so he got spotted by more people than he'd intended. But that was always a planned trip. Maisie knew there was nothing going to happen on the last day. So, yeah, look, it's been tough when you get asked to look around. The good thing with Melbourne, it wasn't we need to get him out. They thought if he could extend his career, he's only got 1 year left. And I think in the end, Maisie's, he is 34 next year. I think if he can really knuckle down over summer, he had some foot issues which really hampered him this year. And I think we all saw that in some of the games. He just didn't look like, the strong and robust Stevie that everyone's come to know. But I think if he can get that right, he can still have a big impact for Melbourne. And again, credit to Stephen King. He'll put his arms around Maisie, and there's no reason he can't have a good year next year.
How disappointed is North Melbourne captain Jai Simpkin that he will not be playing for Collingwood next year?
Look, that never really got too far down the track. Jai's, and it got speculated around that the whole issue was him, the midfield opportunities. Look, there's a lot more to it with Jai. He's had a pretty tough year off the field personally, which it's not for me to comment. Jai will talk at some stage. I'm sure he's overseas at the moment, so when he gets back, he'll have a good sit down with the club, and I'm sure he'll come out and talk publicly. But look, I think there's a stat as well. Jai might be correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he could be the most active player without playing in final. So it's been a tough period for Jai. And I think there's a lot of talk around the captaincy stuff. That's something that the club and Jai will sit down with. I think regardless of whether he was looking at different opportunities, that was going to be a conversation anyway, I think, in Jai's head. And it was never a case of Jai, banging his fist on the table saying, I want to get out. He was great throughout the whole process saying, look, I think a fresh environment might be good for me mentally. If it works for the club and they can look at it, great. But as soon as we knew that it wasn't going to work for the club, they were really resolute in that they didn't want to lose Jai, and it would have to be something. And they were great. They listened, but in the end, Collingwood weren't in a position or willing to give up enough to get North interested at all. So that one was over pretty early.
So we'll leave aside the personal stuff because that's none of our business, and Jai will talk. But winning 2 best and fairest as an inside mid, and now being pushed out to sort of not as much inside mid time, there must have been some frustration about his role and wanting to get back in there.
Yeah, there is. Ideally, Hurdy, if you asked him, he'd love to be in the midfield more. I think I actually had an interesting chat with Took Miller, who's another one of our clients. He had a similar conversation a year or two ago, and Took really struggled with it and was open that he thought he was best in the midfield. But then when he sees what Matt Rowell and Noah Anderson have done in there and the success that's come off that, I think that's made the transition easier. I think a part of Jai's frustration is that he did win 2 BNFs in there, then gets moved out, and the club is still, for the win-loss terms, still really struggling. So he sits in a role that he doesn't think is his best role as captain. That is hard for him because he thinks he can impact differently. But look, he'll embrace it, whatever role. Him and Clarko will have some good chats, I'd imagine, over the next couple of months. And whatever role that is, if it's the forward, if it's the wing, hopefully get to the midfield a bit, but he'll embrace that and do what he can. He's just got to get back to enjoying footy, Jai. I wouldn't say the last 12 to 18 months have been that enjoyable for him with some things on and off the field. So that's his priority now. He'll get back. And I think one of the biggest things was none of his teammates wanted to lose him. So there's no issue with him going back. He'll be welcome with open arms, and Jai's still got great relationships there, and nothing will change with that.
Trot's last one, Elijah Hollands was told again to have a look by Carlton, and the Blues haven't publicly been able to confirm that they're even going to keep him on the list, even though he is contracted for next year. Have you got any line of sight as to what way that one's going?
No, we'll have a meeting next week. I will say credit to Elijah. Like, he shared some of his personal battles, and there's been a little bit of misconception out there, but it's, Elijah takes full responsibility for everything that's happened, but he was pretty open publicly last week. What I will say is he's done a power of work personally, and I don't think the general public need to give him any credit for that because they don't know the whole situation. But me personally being very close to it, I give him huge credit for the work he's done. And, I've known him since he was 17, 18. He's in the best shape of his life. He's really healthy at the moment, and he'll do his preference. He wants to stay at Carlton. He wants to mend the bridges there and ideally play some AFL footy with his brother for a long time. But they've got a decision to make. They've been really open with that, so we'll have some meetings next week. And one thing I will say, Lige, is, there's no bad blood with Carlton. If it does go that way, that's what he wants to do. But if not, I think he would likely get an opportunity somewhere else in terms of, at a minimum, train-on spot somewhere. I think everyone knows his talent. So if it's not at Carlton, which we hope it is, I think there could be a couple out there that are thinking they might get a pretty special talent if he can stay in the shape he is.
Trots, appreciate your time this morning. Well done on the trade period, and look forward to seeing you work with the upcoming national draft.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Eddie. Cheers.
Thanks,
David Trotter joining us from Hemisphere Sport, doing an excellent job, and some seriously interesting players late in the trade period that did and didn't move for him.
Yeah, I mean, he had a very big trade period, didn't he, with those players? And it just goes to show that, right, we all think that the players have power, but in the Rowan Marshall one, wanted to leave and couldn't get there. And clubs are resolute. Zach Merritt couldn't move, so maybe the power is shifting a little bit.
I see it as like a 65-35 thing. So most of the time players do move when they want to, but Elijah Hollands was told to leave. Clayton Oliver was told to leave. Stephen May was told to leave. So it does work a little bit both ways, more than you think.
I ask you this question. Next year, will Zach Merritt, do you think, be asking for a trade?
It's 12 months out, but based on what we know at the moment, I think the answer is clearly yes, right? Isn't it? But there's a lot of water under the bridge.
That's why I asked the question, because I'm not sure.
It's a prediction, and we can't say for sure at the moment. But, I think we'll talk about the Merritt and Essendon and stuff a little bit later on, as we will all the other big topics. Justin Leppitsch is going to join us next, the Collingwood GM Manager of Talent and List Strategy. You are listening to Trade Mornings, thanks to Toyota. Land Cruiser drives us home. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota. And Host Plus, beautiful new studio. That's a plus.
Trade Mornings for Toyota. Land Cruiser drives us home. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota and Host Plus. Whether you're still in the game or hanging up the boots, Host Plus is on your side. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
This trade period, there are some top-performing players you'd love to have on your team. If you're with Host Plus, you're with the top-performing super fund over the long term. And we're proud to be the official superannuation partner of the AFL. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited, based on super ratings data as at July 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
Serious about IT security? Here's what matters. When cyber threats strike, you need rapid response from security experts who understand your business. That's where Kenstra and eSend Tyre come in. As your local partner, Kenstra delivers enterprise-grade protection powered by eSend Tyre's world-class security operations. We detect and stop threats in real time while you focus on running your business. For enterprise-grade cyber defense backed by real-time threat monitoring, AI-driven detection with human-led response, contact Kenstra on 1300 536 787 or via our website.
It's the trade period, and when the pressure's on, you need a team that delivers. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law, providing tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along. If you're navigating a building dispute in VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers will support you every step of the way, delivering expert guidance with a personalised service and a proven track record. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
As a real estate agent or rental provider, fulfilling your safety compliance obligations is paramount. So get it done with Gasleck Safety. One visit, all checks, zero hassle. Gasleck Safety is your trusted partner for rental property compliance in Victoria for gas, electrical, smoke alarms and rental minimum standards check. And we do it all in a single visit. We're not just ticking boxes, we're protecting your investment and the people living in it. Let's make safety simple together. Need a check? Search Gasleck Safety today.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for Double Impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au.
Take a break at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Try the limited edition bubblegum flavour. Creamy, colourful and fun. Available only for a limited time. Got a sweet tooth? Indulge in your favourite Maltesers, M&Ms and Pods chocolates across the 120 to 180 gram medium bag range for $6. Perfect for sharing. Grab an extra and 5 gum 27 gram to 32 gram product. 2 for $5.50. A burst of flavour. Selected Metro Petroleum locations from October 1st to 31st.
G'day, it's Ben Dixon. If your kids love footy as much as mine, then they'll love the books from VR Sports Kids. These fantastic books are filled with fun footy facts, all bundled together in brilliantly illustrated stories. My kids can't put them down. What makes these books really special is that they're the first to incorporate augmented reality. Each book features QR codes allowing young readers to see their favourite players appear as though they're in the same room. VR Sports Kids books are available now at newsagents, selected bookstores and vrsportskids.com.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
Hope you're enjoying Trade Mornings with James Hird and Tom Morris. The Collingwood GM Manager of Talent and List Strategy is Justin Leppitsch, and he's joining us on the line now. After a trade period, I reckon, where they wanted a lot, they got a bit, and in the end, they go again next year trying to win a flag, their second in 3 years. G'day, Lepper. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning, boys.
Lepper, let's start with the ins. So Jack Buller comes in from the Sydney Swans. I'd imagine this one took a little bit longer than what you thought. In the cold light of day, how do you evaluate your acquisitions in terms of draft picks and also players this year?
Well, look, it was always going to be a consolidation year for us. Obviously, we went quite heavy last season, and you can't continue to do that season upon season. I don't know any team that's been able to do that. So we feel like we've got a really good list in order. We've still got a great crop of young kids that are coming through that haven't had the exposure that probably needed. So we think we've got some great stuff currently on our list. We've got Harvey Harrison coming back from a knee as well, and Reef McGuinness. So we've got some good options. And then Jack Buller adds to that. He's not obviously the youth. He's 24 years of age. He's put a lot of local footy. His back end of last season was terrific. I watched a lot of him throughout his VFL early season as well, and noticed he couldn't quite get into that team in front of the, Amati that was playing at the time and McLean, and he couldn't quite get in there. And then he found his way in, and then I was watching him closely, and he started playing well. And at the end of the season, had a big game against West Coast Lake. But we're hoping it's a pick that can spike for us. But we're in that market this year. We weren't in the position to go after anything too big.
Yeah, it feels like Leppy had the consolidation year you had to have in the trade period with Perryman and Houston coming in last year. Dan Houston wasn't criticised, but probably didn't get the levels that he did with Port Adelaide over his career. Do you see his role changing at all so that you can get more out of him going forward into 2026?
Yeah, it's a good call. We'll talk with Fly on how he's going to alter the game plan if he does, or deploy his troops in a different way. Obviously, one thing we know, we've got Josh Dacos, who's one of the game's elite halfbacks, and Dan Houston. But I guess the problem with that is you can only have one quarterback sometimes, and they get the ball. So I think Dan had to play a slightly different role for us this year to what he had at Port Adelaide. And coupled with that, the different game style as well. We're a lot more direct by nature. We're a lower possession-based team compared to Port. So, there was a bit of an adjustment period for him as well. And we kind of hope a bit like Lockie Schultz the year before. His second year will be much better and probably more like the Port Adelaide Dan that we saw.
we all love watching Nick Dacos and the Dacos brothers and Pendlebury and Sidebottom play, but one of my favourite players at Collingwood was Brodie Myercheck over his career, just the way he was the heart and soul of your forward line, played any role he needed to play and really was selfless in that forward line. Was it hard to let him go?
It was. We're put in a difficult position. We go into the start of this season thinking that, okay, well, Pendles is probably going and Howie's probably going and Steele. And by mid-year, Steele's touted as being an All-Australian. So Jamie Elliott's leading the goal kicking. And it just, which is a fantastic problem to have. But and that's the tricky nature in planning for the future when you've got a list of guys that are on one-year deals. You're not quite sure. And even sit here right now thinking, probably Steele might be finished or Pendles or Howie, but who knows? They may, have similar years and challenges to keep them on. So it was difficult, and we got to a point where to move forward, it got to the point where something had to break, and we couldn't keep all of them. Unfortunately, it was Brodie, and I guess that's where Jack Puller comes in to replace that. He's no Brodie Myercheck, of course. He's in the early phases of his career, but. That's where it's at the end of the day.
The other player that I couldn't see ever leaving Collingwood was Jamie Elliott. At the end of the season, didn't have a contract signed. You got that done. Was he ever any chance of leaving, or was just really just getting with him after the season and making sure you had a deal that worked for both parties?
Yeah, he was a chance of leaving. That's for sure. We're able to get the deal done in the end. I guess the challenge is always when there's always another team that's going to pay more. I think that's the reality, and we have to deal with that. It's funny. I've only done this job for over 12 months now, but about value, it's a balance. It's what you think it is, and then what somebody else is willing to pay, and you've got to meet in the middle. You got stories like Jack Gunston, who's an All-Australian and one of the best and fairest, signs a one-year deal and stays. And then you've got situations where, guys are getting targeted and they're paying a bit more. So, again, the value is whatever it is at the end of the day, which made it tricky for us. But he stays, which is a good thing for us.
Lepper, give us the truth around the Jordan De Goey situation. Was there any phone calls, any discussions around potentially trading him?
I feel like I'm the only one that's saying the truth through this whole Jordan De Goey thing, to be honest. We've spoken to his management and more about the long term. I mean, Geordie's got 2 years to run. I speak to Ryan, and it is Geordie would like to look at what point is that long term contract going to come to finish his career. That's really where the conversations end and started. And in their words, it was this time next year we'll look at that. So that is why it is, and they're really mature. Ryan and Geordie are both really mature on, we understand where is our team going to be in 12 months? Where should I be deployed? Is it with Collingwood? Is it with... So that is the tone of the conversation, but it was never once anyone driving Geordie wanting to leave or us wanting to drive him out. But that's really it. So it was a very mature conversation with his manager maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago, really. And the only time I heard it back again was during the trade period. So, and I've been in constant conversation with Ryan to say, is there any truth to the rumour that he's having a coffee with Saucet, whatever cafe it is? And it's like, no, and that's about it. And I was just really reacting to the rumours other than that.
There's been a lot of controversy this trade period, Merritt, Curnow, but one of the biggest ones this morning, Lepper, is Tom's bone white, off-white jacket.
Beige.
What do you think of his jacket? Would you wear one like that?
Oh, he's stylish to me. He's got, at least he hasn't got the tie on today, which is nice. But yeah, very good. Like it, Tom.
Thank you, Lepper. I appreciate your fashion advice, and yours as well, Hurdy.
I just wear this stuff.
No, that's absolutely fine. You've got to support the sponsors. Lepper, how difficult is it in your role managing a list which is ageing and keeping everyone within the salary cap and making sure that you contend every year?
The way some people comment, you would think it's easy, but it's actually not. Obviously, it's also players sometimes see what you pay them is how much you love them, and that's the trickiest part of this role. I'm a coach, so I've come from a role where you sort of love and support players and care about them, and now it's almost saying, now you've got to rank us on how much you love us to how much you pay us, and there's no real link to that, but that's the greatest challenge in the role, is to want to love and support your players and give them what they want, but knowing also you've got to fit into the restraints of a cap and all those sorts of things. It makes it really tricky. And it means you've got to make tough decisions and hard decisions. But I'm lucky I've got great support with Charlie Gardner and Craig Kelly, who's been around the game a long period of time and now got my team, Shane O'Bree's in here. He's got a former coach, terrific football brain, and so we've got a great team around to make these decisions and support each other in it.
One of the forgotten men, I think, in football is Tom Mitchell. He's, Brownlow medalist, now premiership player. It felt like during the finals or to the end of the year with Ned Long and Pendles, there wasn't a role with him in there. What's the future for Tom? Will he be at Collingwood next year?
Yeah, we've got that meeting tomorrow at 10:30, Hurdy, where we now pick up the pieces of what's left. Obviously, we didn't know whether Jai was going to enter the building or not, and obviously every decision like that has a flow-on effect down. So, yeah, we'll do that tomorrow, and he's in that with Mason and Lockie Sullivan and Noah House. There's a few of our boys that are waiting on answers that that need them, and we want to get that to them ASAP. That'll happen tomorrow.
So Mason Cox is there tomorrow as well. There's a few big decisions ahead for you and also them. Yep.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Jai Simpkin, was North Melbourne asking too much for him?
Well, it was an interesting one. I get it from their perspective. It's their captain, their leader, and, and going back to the value piece before, it's very funny. We had Taylor Adams leave us a few years ago. He was a midfielder that got sort of kicked out of the square to half forward, and we traded him for pick 33 to Sydney at 30. He's a couple of years older than Jai, of course, but so again, it's they rate Jai's leadership and what he brings and all those sorts of things, and I get that. There's no criticism of North Melbourne at all. It's just that we had our parameters as well. He was coming to us to, fill our long-term needs. Eventually when Steele and maybe Jack Cripps might play till he's 45 the way he's going, but we saw him as a guy that could, get that steady stream of replacement without having to rely on our 18-year-olds too much. So that was the purpose. It would have been great to have, but the club wasn't willing to go, to that level to do it. So, we wish Jai all the best. He's a fantastic human being and a great person, and, wish him all the best for the future.
Collingwood's the biggest brand in the land, and normally when they go after a free agent, it lands if the deal works for both parties, just because the attractiveness of the club, what you've achieved, the crowds, who you are. The Oliver situation, choosing to go to GWS instead. Did you ever get a chance to get in front of him, or he just basically was GWS all the way?
Oh, no, that was an interesting one. We got rang by his management. We decided not to pursue it sort of early on the Monday. I spoke to Clayton a few times. I know we probably haven't given a running commentary on this one, but I think really his management wanted to steer him to there as well. Mm-hmm. And look, I actually wanted what was best for Clayton. I had a good 10-minute chat with him on the phone, and we talked. I felt like I was coaching him. We were talking about football and where to be, and if he does move to Sydney, how does he transition the people around him? Because he's got a really set group of physios and people he uses around him to get up from week to week. He's quite a pro in that part of things. So. I was actually trying to talk about what if he does leave the state. It was a very different conversation. I think all the conversations I have with players, I want to make sure they want to be where they want to be. Even going back to Dan McStay 3 years ago when he thought to come to Collingwood, I said, mate, it's not about what I want. Make sure you make the choice that's right for you, because you've got to be happy. If you're happy, you'll play good football. So most of the chats I had with Clayton was around that. And I think... getting off that phone, I felt he also thought that he didn't want to move to Sydney, I don't think, given the fact he had to leave his family and those people. But I think he knew deep down his best thing was to go to Sydney. And I think walking away from that phone call, I thought the same. I rang Nick Geesh and thought, I think this is the best thing for him, to head up there and start a new life.
Leppa, appreciate your time. Good luck for the draft, and thanks for being so generous this morning.
All right, guys, all the best.
Thanks,
Justin Leppitsch joining us, I assume, from his house somewhere and having a chat. So let's go through the ins. So Buller in, pick 45, pick 56, pick 61, a future fourth round 2026 from Sydney, a future third 2026 from Melbourne. Outs, Bridie Mocek, as we spoke about, that'll be a big loss for him, but I think good for both parties. Pick 59, pick 71, and a 2026 future third that went to Sydney.
So did they get what they came for, Hurdy?
I just don't think they're in a position, like we rated them as a C- last night on the show, and not because they did a bad job. They just didn't have the ability to get into it. And I think, listening to Justin Leppitsch over the last couple of days, the fact that they played a big role in the trade period over the last couple of years, it gets to the point where they're setting themselves up for next year. We didn't ask him this question. I just feel after the preliminary final, they haven't quite got what it takes to get to the next step yet. That's not to say they'll go down too far, but maybe they're setting themselves for the year after that.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then they might miss out on Pendles and Sidebottom and Howe playing in another one, which I guess is the risk they're taking.
I think it's looking less and less likely unless they can improve from within. And we discount the clubs can improve from within, but you can do that. But I think they're a top 6, top 4 team rather than a top 2 team when you look at Gold Coast, Geelong and the Brisbane Lions.
From their second game this year, the Pies were really the best team till about round 17 or 18.
Yeah, for about 15 rounds they were.
It's a long chunk. Some other news from yesterday. So I'm fascinated in how the Charlie Curnow situation played out.
Yeah.
Like, he'd never actually nominated the Swans. So he went up there, he visited the club. The Swans were always confident. This came from Andrew Pridham all the way down. Go get our man. We want to get him. This is ours. And they ended up getting him. And they gave a high price for him. But I think Swan supporters will be pretty happy. Like, he's... And they will say this, exactly what they need.
He is exactly what they need. And I think, you listen to Swan supporters throughout the last 10 days, they're disappointed that Hayward and Florent left because they love them as players. But come round 1 when Charlie Curnow's in the goal square, or round 0 when he's in the goal square, and you see the Sydney midfield streaming out with Warner and Gilden and the like, streaming out with the ball and hitting Charlie Curnow, I think they'll be very, very happy.
So the Swans got Curnow, pick 31, 42, and a double future 2027, future second round in 2027. Carlton got Will Hayward, which took some time to convince Hayward that he needed to go. Pick 11, a future first, and 2027 as well. So, I mean, the Blues did improve their draft hand. Will Hayward's exactly what they need as well. This was a bit like Gold Coast and Melbourne, probably a win-win trade in the end, especially because Curnow wanted to go. And the language from Carlton was different to the language from the language from Essendon regarding merit.
Yeah, definitely. And all along, we thought there was different language. But when you look at the way football's played, retention of the ball and metres gained is a very important part of the ball. If you turn the ball over and having a key forward up there who you can target, who you can manipulate around the ground so that when the ball enters your forward 50, you're able to set up behind it. And not only do they score, but the ball's retained inside your forward 50, I think is really important. What the Swans missed, you go back to that grand final when they got slaughtered. It wasn't just the fact they couldn't get the ball off Brisbane, but when they went into their forward line, they couldn't capitalise on their opportunities.
Players are put in a very difficult position a lot of the time when they're asked questions by journalists and they know the answer, but they're not allowed to say it, especially midway through the year. On July 24, after we broke the story that Curnow was looking at the Gold Coast Suns and keen to play elsewhere, Curnow said, I'm playing at Carlton next year, so there you go, done. The thing that can be most frustrating as an AFL player, your close family and partners, it probably affects them more than us. It's one good thing for you guys media to think about when you release stuff. So I know it's difficult for players, but what would you advise a player in 2026 who's put in the same situation as Charlie Curnow was this year?
I just think you can sort of say it without being so effusive and giving colour.
And categorical.
Maybe you've got to be categorical, but just don't give the colour. Just sort of say no and move on. But I think you can also say that maybe at that date he thought about leaving, but he wasn't in the process. He's still playing a season. He's still trying to get a kick for Carlton and do his best. But you can't trust what comes out of players' mouths who are in the middle of the year. Just unfortunately, because the ramifications of them doing so are so negative on their current year.
The same happened with Dan Houston last year as well. The same happened with Zach Merritt, who's an AFL 360 as well.
Will we ever get to the point in our industry where a player says, yep, I'm going to play as hard as I can until the end of the year, but I want out at the end of the year?
Well, privately they do that. Like Callum Archie told Brisbane well before the end of the season that he wanted to be traded to Adelaide. He went, and I think Ben Williams, his manager, said it last night. He went through the front door, did everything by the book. Last year, Port Adelaide knew exactly what Dan Houston was thinking before the end of the year. Alex Neil-Bullen at Melbourne last year had told the Demons that he was going to leave to the Crows.
Then why can't we say it publicly?
Well, that's probably a question for footy fans, of which we are, of course. But I wouldn't have an issue with it, but I think fans would. I mean, especially if you're a team that's not playing for a flag. If you're a team that's top of the ladder and James Hird walks in and says, I want to go home to Sydney next year, for example.
Well, the Starcevich one's the best one for me. I mean, Brisbane... He played in a premiership. Brisbane knew he was going to go. They celebrated on the way out because of a free agent. They knew they were going to lose him. Yes, the Archie and Starcevich one.
But a team that's out of finals contention, what is the point of playing someone who's not going to be there next year when you're 14th on the ladder? Like that player's probably not in your team, is it? You're probably looking at young kids, looking at someone else.
I get your point. But if I'm a coach and a player comes to me and says, I want to leave, if I really want that player, you're going to work as hard as you can to keep them.
Yeah. The other one last night was Petrarca. And this was one of the best win-win trades because Gold Coast wanted a particular outcome. Melbourne wanted a particular outcome, and they both got it. And the crux of it was that Melbourne got 7, 8 and a future first, and Gold Coast got Petrarca, a player who Damien Hardwick believes can take them to a flag, 24 and 28. There were lots of other selections with it, but it just strikes me that this was the perfect scenario for everyone involved, which is why it was quite amicable between Tim Lamb and Craig Cameron.
And I think what Gold Coast was smart in doing is recognise they wanted Petrarca. Flanders wants to leave. Let's do that Flanders really as early as we can, so we get pick 8 or pick 7?
Yeah, pick 7 it was.
Pick 7, so that we can use that in the Petrarca deal. Doing that early really set them up to get that deal done with Petrarca.
And if I've got a criticism of Hawthorn, it's probably that they didn't push harder for Merritt earlier. That they could have offered a deal in the first week or maybe on the Monday morning to give it time. But in the end, it got back-ended, so it made it very difficult to then manoeuvre it around. And it also was impossible to then get players involved, which is what Essendon wanted because it was too late in the period.
Talking to Cal about the deal, he believes the picks for Merritt were fair, but there was no killer pick within there where that pick 7 was for Petrarca. So Melbourne were able to see how a deal could get done with pick 7 and 8 that Gold Coast had, and then it was negotiating around, they were the central pieces, what are we going to do around that? Whereas I think in the Merritt deal, there wasn't the central piece as 7, 8. They had 9, but where was that other piece to get that done?
Yeah, and you need the skeleton. I know Hawthorn moved around a bit. They got 22 in from Carlton, which allowed them to then offer that to Essendon.
But the problem with that 22, and I'm sure all list managers will disagree with me on that, the problem with that 20, everyone's saying it's a first round. Yes, it might be a first round, but that slips to 27, 28. That's not really necessarily a first round.
So he's not actually having a crack at Jared Ruffhead there. He's having a crack at Essendon in the Hawthorn rooms, Tom Petraro. So he clearly felt like Essendon was asking too much, and he was frustrated, throwing his wallet on the table. Mark McKenzie's there, Jared Ruffhead's there as well.
Jared Ruffhead's even listening to him. He's staring at the wall. So you go on your rant and we'll move on.
Well, Hawthorn's flat, clearly. Petraro's clearly flat.
But you would be flat. I mean, of course you're flat if you're Hawthorn. You put all this work into it. I bet you Sam Mitchell's over in the US going, can you just get this player in? So the pressure from the coach to bring him in, the list manager's going, well, we're not going to give up the house for him because, we've got a football club to get prepared for. Tom Petraro's the manager. He's going, well, not only is I've put on the work, but my player really wants me to go and is putting all his faith in me, and then the rest of the world's watching whether I can get a deal done or not. So there's pressure on all sides.
I said the whole way through, I think Essendon had a chance to set up their rebuild in a way that very few other clubs can. Now, I know there was no killer pick, and I'm not necessarily super critical of Essendon for not doing it, but with Tasmania coming in, I think they might rue it if they get a lesser deal for Merritt next year.
And this is what the question I want to ask the Hawthorn when they come on. Hawthorn weren't just up against what was a good deal. They were up against a club whose back was against the wall, and they didn't want to be seen to be pushed around. They were galvanised. And they didn't want to be seen to be pushed around. That is as much the point as about whether the picks were right or wrong. They were just like, no, we're not going to be pushed around. And one of the questions, is that rivalry real? I can guarantee you the rivalry is real.
You know it. And you used the term line in the sand before as well.
It's been used a few times. Probably overused.
Last one on the Merritt situation. I think we've done it to death. Can he be captain next year, and should he be captain next year?
No one agrees with me. I think he can. I think one of the reasons, he's their best player, and he has their leadership qualities. He's been doing it. Yes, there are players who are going to be disappointed with him. The coach will be disappointed with him. He will have to go back and mend bridges. My fear is that if he is such a strong leader and he's outside the leadership group, causing friction, that could be worse than him not being captain. Who knows whether he'll be captain? I don't know what the club's point of view is, but whether he is or he's not, there's a lot of work to be done rebuilding bridges. But the great thing about footy clubs is once you get in there day one and start training together, things can get sorted out.
Yeah, especially between teammates as well. Like they're just out on the track together.
Gary Lyon made a really good point this morning. If he was one of Zach's teammates and it happened, he would have driven round to Zach's house last night, and he wouldn't have taken no for an answer. Just would have walked in and said, right, let's start mending those bridges now, and taken a group of players over. So 10, 12 players go over and say, okay, whether we like it or not, we're in this for another season. Let's start now.
Hopefully, unlike Cale Hooker, they didn't hide under the bed and wait for him.
You still don't believe my story.
No,
anyway.
I do. I double-checked it yesterday. Maybe we can touch on that a little bit later on. You're listening to Trade Mornings thanks to Toyota. Land Cruiser drives us home. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota. And Host Plus, that's a plus. Who's up next? Rob McCartney, Carl Delina, and Justin Reid are still to come on Trade Mornings with James Hird.
Trade Mornings for Toyota. Land Cruiser drives us home. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota and Host Plus. Whether you're still in the game or hanging up the boots, Host Plus is on your side. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
BP service station ahead.
At BP, you'll find value at every turn.
from quality fuel like BP Ultimate that helps protect your engine for the long run. Or 3 for $10 mix and save deals on your favourite drinks and snacks. Earn BP points or Qantas points with BP Rewards and get every 5th Wild Bean Cafe coffee free. Whatever reason you turn into BP, you'll find value at every turn. Participating sites only. See bp.com.au/turn-in for full T's and C's.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
Haven't you heard? Right now at Chemist Warehouse, you can save on your health and wellbeing essentials. Like Prunelax 80 tablets for just $12.99. And Bioglan L-theanine plus ashwagandha 50 capsules, only $36.99. Hurry and stock up on Claritine Non-Drowsy 110 tabs, only $39.99 for a happy spring. And pamper yourself with Wellco the Hydro Protein Elixir, pomegranate and blackcurrant, $44.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Top midfielders run over 15 kilometres a game. That's sustained performance. Just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund, that's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Choices Flooring Style Without Limit sale is here, bringing you fresh flooring and window furnishing ideas to transform every space in time for the festive season. From bold statements to timeless neutrals, discover real style, real expression and real inspiration for your home. Plus, buy any Genero Collection product and you could win a Dyson Wash G1 2-in-1 wet floor cleaner each day. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com or visit your local showroom today.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for Double Impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au. You're
listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
We spoke about a couple of deals that didn't go through yesterday, Hurdy. Carl Delina's not far away from St Kilda. One of them was Buku Kamas, who's got a year remaining on his contract. He's a free agent at the end of next year at the Western Bulldogs. So
Remind me where he was going.
Carlton.
Yeah.
So Carlton wanted him. Carlton had offered up, I think it was pick 41 in the end, or pick 42, which became pick 43. They got that from Hawks. The Dogs wanted a pick in the early 30s and then to give back a future third rounder, and they couldn't get a deal done. So it's just, again, another example of a player wanting to move and a club unable to facilitate it because they see him as more valuable than what the prospective club is willing to offer. Yeah,
which has happened through trade, through history of trade. The clubs want more or want less than what a player's there, and particularly when they're a younger player and have some value, you don't give good players up. And the thing with being a part of a football club and have a player in your system for 4 or 5 years, that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, a lot of development to get a player up to that level. So if you've had a player there, you think they've got potential, you're not giving them away for particularly pick 40, which in this year's draft, to put with the talent, talk about where they'll push out to, becomes an irrelevant pick almost.
The Jamar Ugle-Hagan situation, I still can't get my head around it, that you've got a bloke who was taken with pick 1 in 2021 or 2020? No, 2021. And he's gone for pick 74 in 2025 on a 1-year deal with triggers for a second year.
I understand what you're saying, but if you look at the other end of the spectrum, you sort of can't believe that he's back playing football. If you believe half the stories that have been told, if you believe about the disruption that was going on within the Western Bulldogs. I mean, the Bulldogs have been very patient and I think have done a terrific job in supporting Jamara to an extent, but I would imagine they'd be very happy to have all the controversy, all the stories, everything away from their football club, allow them to move on, because whether you admit it or not, having that distraction is never good for your football club, and also the ability to actually not have to be up for the $900,000, which free, their cap is now obviously changed considerably to not have that. And Gold Coast are taking a risk, but it's a risk with a limited downside.
So Jamara is still on this management plan. Like, there's still lots of checks and balances within this contract.
What do you mean by management plan?
Well, it's an AFL dictated management plan. So the AFL,
playing wise, behavioural wise,
no, behavioural wise.
Right,
it's nothing to do with his training or his football.
And is that in his contract?
Yeah, it's a big part of his contract. Yeah, that he has to adhere to certain standards, which I think most AFL players would just do without blinking. But for Jamar, it's been difficult the last year. Hasn't played one game of footy for the entire season. Moving to Gold Coast is something that he had to do to continue his career. But this is by no means a slam dunk for the Suns, and they understand that, which is why they've only offered $250,000 or thereabouts.
Yeah, as a base.
As a base, and then a trigger for a second year. I think yesterday what happened was his management was quite keen to have the Western Bulldogs pay some of the salary as well, and they made it very, very clear a number of times to his management, Paul Connors and Robert D'Orazio, that the Dogs will not be paying a cent of that salary. And if you actually read the Western Bulldogs media release after this deal was done, they said, they made it very clear that they won't be paying a cent either. So he's off the books, and they can move on. But they've got a bit of a history now, the Dogs, of dealing with, for lack of a better term, problem children. Bailey Smith was a bit the same as well, and there were some others before them as well.
Yeah, there have been, and you look at the players that have left, and some very good players have left. But as I said, I think it's a good move for both parties. Time will tell whether Jamara can get himself back up and about. But I would imagine the Bulldogs are very, very happy to have this situation dealt with, and they can concentrate on moving forward, because they have got a very, very talented list and a fantastic opportunity if they can just restructure a little bit of their game plan and get a bit more defensive and stop being scored against as quickly as they have been.
Do you think Clayton Oliver can be the difference for GWS in 2026?
Clayton Oliver at his best, absolutely. I mean, I was fortunate enough to run into Adam Kingsley at lunch maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago and talk to him and just ask him about, the list and what he's talking about, and it was all off the record. But one of the things that came out was just that they need some more experienced depth in their team. He provides more than experienced depth. He and Tom Green will add, obviously, Bulls inside there. I'd love to see Clayton use the ball better than what he does. I think the criticism around Clayton is when he gets the ball, he's really just kicking it into space or hack kicks. So if I was the Giants, I'd be concentrating a lot on, getting his fitness up, getting him to perform at a certain level, but how does he use the ball better, particularly forward or centre?
The other one was Jack Steele. So Jack Steele replaces Clayton Oliver at Melbourne. And I said it last night on Footy Furnace, and I completely stand by it, that they've moved Clayton Oliver on because they didn't have trust in his character off the field. They brought Jack Steele in. Yes, he's a good player and he's a good leader, but they love his character. And everyone at St Kilda especially the players, loved his work ethic and his demeanour and his character as well. That's why he was captain for multiple years.
Yeah, and All-Australian too, so he has got talent. I think it feels like his penetration with his kicking and his leg speed aren't what they were, and that's probably one of the reasons why St Kilda have decided to move him out to Melbourne. But you can't judge his character, and a new coach in Stephen King, having great characters around you who can support your game style, who are loyal, who will do anything for the team, is a real benefit.
Speaking of St Kilda, their CEO, Carl Delina, has joined us on the line. Carl, we really appreciate your time. It's been a busy trade period. I'm sure you've been watching it and being heavily involved in it on a day-to-day basis. How do you evaluate what you've been able to achieve over the last couple of weeks?
Hi, Tom. Hi, James. Look, it's been a fantastic trade period for us. We're really happy with the way it all panned out, and we've added some really good talent to our list and achieved, pretty much almost all that we wanted to achieve for that period. So, very, very happy with it. Obviously, you were talking about Steely. Sad to see him moving on, but I think that was a really respectful process with his manager and with Steely as well. Giving him that opportunity if he wasn't going to get as much midfield time next year. Happy for him to explore his opportunities and the door opened for him at Melbourne. With that midfield change. So now he's got that guaranteed ability to get some midfield time next year and really demonstrate his leadership skills at a new club.
Carl, congratulations on the way you went about bringing the players in, the aggressive nature. I think the whole industry sat up and took notice as St Kilda want to be successful and serious about it. You're the man that signs off on the checks. So when you have to sign off on the $2 million to Nazire and we're speculating the 1.8 to TDK, is there a level of gasping for air? Do you sort of go, is this the right thing to do?
Yeah, well, fortunately, they're not. The numbers aren't quite right. They're below that. But you're right. Look, I think it's a different paradigm that we're looking at now, and we've closely monitored overseas competitions where there's probably a lot more of a focus on the elite within a squad getting the big bucks, and I think we're seeing that trend now in Australia. It'll flow through AFL, and I think it'll become increasingly prevalent in the AFL. So we're hoping we're looking to be ahead of the curve on that front.
If the Nazire deal hadn't have happened and he had have gone to Port, and this is speculation, Port or Adelaide, would you have had a different strategy, or would you just kept going the way you went, even if Nazire hadn't have stayed?
Yeah, I think, James, you'd know that when you're building a list or looking at these sorts of strategies, it's a multi-year plan. So I think, you might adapt or you might pivot if things change. But, our list build's been over a 2 to 3 year period, and we've been focused on that. If you lose one player along the way, then you might change slightly. But I don't think it would have changed the course of what we've been trying to achieve.
Carl, I love what St Kilda's done. I think that more clubs should just have a crack and see where it can take them. So I want to preface what I'm about to say by saying that. But is there a danger of bringing too many players into the dressing room and disenfranchising some of the cultural keys within that club when you make these big calls?
Yeah, look, it's absolutely a consideration. The human factor and cultural aspects are always such a major consideration within a football club or any team environment. So we were very conscious of that. Look, with any organisation where you change personnel, there's an adjustment phase, and we expect that, and we're putting in processes in place around that. So, look, I think that there's usually a bit of rumbling to start with. You get things back on track, it settles down, you get new people on board, get into training, and then it's business as usual, and that's what we're hoping for through the pre-season. Off the field,
Carl, the president, CEO, head of list, senior coach, and head of football is very important that everyone's in synchronisation. Ross is currently doing both roles at the moment, head of football and also coach. Is this a permanent role, or are you looking on the lookout? And how close are you, if you are looking for someone, to appointing a new football boss?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say he's doing both roles, president and CEO. But,
some have suggested that, but not us.
Look, Ross is good. I've got a sort of a transition team in place, if you like. which has Ross now reporting direct to me with a couple of areas which are logical for him to manage through this phase. And then I've got another executive, Chris Ford, stepping into all of the footy operations and strategy and player welfare, etc. So I think it's a good sort of interim structure, and we'll work through that over the next month or two. But I do like the model of senior coach reporting to the CEO, and I've seen that at other clubs and successful clubs. So I do like that. I don't think I'm in the mindset of putting a senior head of football over the top of Ross. I'd rather have direct communication with him, and then I'd have added another reporting line for the sort of head of footy operations and strategy side by side with Ross, and having them working in tandem, both reporting to me. And that's what I'm thinking at the moment, but that's still got a little bit of work to.
So, are you suggesting you have that sort of head of football strategy within the building, or are you going to go external to find that person?
I think we've probably got optionality there. We haven't concluded on that. I think I do have a person internally who could do that, and he's doing the interim role at the moment. I rate him very highly, part of my executive team at the moment, and has the characteristics and skills to do the role that I'm envisaging. But that hasn't been concluded. I think we need to go through, reviewing what we're doing, what our needs are, how we best fill it, what capabilities we want, and then we'll make a final decision.
Herdy, you've been a big fan of the EPL model, the English Premier League model, where the senior coach essentially runs the program as well. Do you think Ross could do that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if there's anyone in the industry that's been, any experienced person in the industry would do it. It's just a matter of whether he thinks that he can, spend enough time on football as well as managing the rest of that. But I think it's fascinating the different models that different codes have, whether it be the NFL, whether it be EPL, whether it be AFL, and there's no right or wrong model. You just need the people with the right skills and their expertise to be in the right seats.
Carl, can I ask you about how the Lekkelier situation played out? He was in Barcelona at the time. He clearly felt, whether it was a handshake agreement or a more formal commitment, that he'll be playing for St Kilda for at least the next 4 years. And then the rug was pulled out from underneath him. From your perspective, what happened there?
Yeah, look, it was disappointing from our end. It's one of those really challenging situations you face, I suppose, as a leader or as a group, where the goalpost shifted and then we had to pivot. And unfortunately, the way the facts changed, we knew we weren't going to be able to satisfy GWS. And so we thought the best thing to do was to hit that straight up rather than dragging it out till 7:30 last night. Not all deals get done, as we've seen. And we thought it'd probably be better for him if we gave his manager the opportunity to see if he could find another home. We also knew full well that he had a contract offer from GWS, so he wasn't going to go hungry. He had a guaranteed position already. So it was a tough call, but we did it we tried to do it with respect. We knew we were going to have a media pylon. That's just what happens, and you cop that. But we've moved on. He's got a contract with GWS. He's in a good spot. We've managed to sort out our list and our list spots. So I think it's worked out well in the end, and we just got to move on and cop a whack and just keep going.
So even though you couldn't satisfy the Giants, and I think the Giants have, at least publicly via Jason McCartney, disputed that, was there any thought of taking him to the pre-season draft if you really wanted him, or was the money just too much to fit into your salary cap in the end?
Yeah, I don't think it was more, it made us pivot and look at plan B and depth of our list, and we debated it pretty heavily as to whether we'd proceed on that basis or not. But ultimately, when you're juggling list spots and availability, as well as a whole range of other factors, it pushed us in a certain direction. And look, I think it's finished in a good spot.
And did the Jack Silvani coming in, did that affect the Lekkelier trade eventually? I mean, you've had that, as you talked about, you had that depth probably covered in that spot.
Yeah, look, I think there was depth added by Jack, and if you're thinking of this as a 2 to 3 year plan, Jack came into the equation very late.
Yeah.
And so it did change the dynamic. If you look at the depth of our backline versus, say, depth of other spaces in our list, then it certainly did shift the dynamic just a little bit. But we still thought going into trade period we would take Lekkelier.
interesting turn of events. So you finished 12th this year, but I think you had some unbelievable highlights. I mean, Nasiah Wanganeen's game against Melbourne, where he was second best on ground officially, was quite remarkable. But you had some other really impressive performances, finished the year well. Where do you see St Kilda at right now? Can you challenge for a flag next year? Are you a top 4 chance? Are you a top 8 chance? Where's your list build at for St Kilda members to be hopeful for 2026?
Yeah, look, as I said earlier, it's been probably a 3-year build, going to the draft, building that core of young talent, and we thought the timing was right now to add more A-list talent and build. So we're very much we are very ambitious, and we want to challenge right at the top of the ladder and challenge for flags in the next few years. That's what our strategy is all about. That's what we're building towards. And I don't think you shy away from that. Everyone's, there's 18 clubs without aspirations. So, you can't always achieve it. But, we don't want to shy away from being ambitious and trying to really shake up the competition next year.
Just the spectre of Tasmania coming in and what that does to list builds and where you're up to. When do you think you'll get that indication as a football club as to what, the Tassie coming in, how it will look and how that affects you? It feels like you've planned way ahead of that, so that if Tasmania do come in 2 years or 3 years, that doesn't affect your list build.
Yeah, exactly right, James. We're very focused on having the strongest list possible as we go into 27 and 28, when a lot of concessions will be given to Tasmania around the draft. And they have also got an absolute truckload of money to throw around on sign-on bonuses. So that's scary for all other clubs in the competition. And all clubs will be looking to shore up their lists in advance of that, because it'll be a raid that like we've never seen before.
And it's pretty clear you don't rate this year's draft too highly. Your picks are 50, 65, 86 and 104. But what you do have is some new players coming to the club. Hopefully Max King can be fit as well next year. And well done for time. Thanks for jumping on and enjoy the...
Yeah, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Carl Delina, the CEO of St Kilda. All right, the trade period. Did they get what they came for, Hurdy?
Oh, absolutely they did. They probably got what they came for and more. I mean, Flanders is one that came up late, but their key additions, Tom de Koning, Sam Flanders, Jack Silvani and Liam Ryan, they really got everything, and they managed to keep Rowan Marshall, which I think everyone thought was going to happen. They have a 2027 third round, 2027 third round again, and 2027 fourth round. They've lost Jack Steele, and I think from an on-field point of view, I felt like St Kilda, as respectful as they were, they're saying they were happy for him to leave. From a person, I think they're probably very disappointed. Max Heath out, pick 8 and a 2022 second-round pick. As you just mentioned, their picks in the draft are 50, 65, 86 and 104. St Kilda have had a very good free agency period, a very good trade period, and they have managed to keep Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller. So they have done an excellent job. Now it's up to the coaching staff and the players to perform on the field. That's
right. They've got their own VFL team next year as well.
If they miss out on, if they miss out on the top 8, is it a failure?
Of course, they should be a top 8 team next year now.
Top 4?
I don't think so. I think that's my view. I don't know what you think.
No, I don't see them being top 4, but you never know. I mean, the thing with St Kilda is it's the unknown. I mean, how do all these players mesh together? And, Nasiah will obviously... can you imagine him being a better player than he was this year with support around him and then some targets to kick it to with the King up forward getting a full year?
Yeah, I've got no doubt them re-signing Naz then allowed them to be so aggressive in the trade period, because it looked like they became sort of somewhat a destination club, which is remarkable for a team that finished 12th.
But also keeping Tom de Koning, not keeping, but Tom de Koning on the radar early in that free agency period, speaking of, it was almost a given.
Yeah, it was. No, it was a given.
I think that helped Nasiah staying too.
Hawthorn was one of the biggest stories last night, Hurdy, not just because of some of the players they brought in across the trade period, but because of some of the players they let go. James Warple via a free agent, Changwath Jast found his way to Melbourne, Jai Sarong went to Sydney, but clearly the spectre of Zach Merritt loomed large, and their footy boss, Rob McCartney, has been good enough to join us on the line this morning. Rob, welcome to Trade Mornings. What a busy night it was for us last night. Let's start with the Zach Merritt discussion. How close did this become for Merritt to be a Hawthorn player?
I think only probably Essendon can answer how close. Obviously, having the hand that he was a contracted player, they had the power of making that final decision. But look, the conversations were back and forth. We obviously felt that, if you listen to the narrative, it was that it needed to be an exceptional offer that was put in front of Essendon. In the end, we felt we did that, but we just weren't prepared to agree to a ridiculous one.
Rob, I get the feeling it was more than just about the player that they were giving up. This is about a club putting a line in the sand, not necessarily against Hawthorn, but against anyone who was coming. New president. Did you feel at any point along this journey that it was more than just players for picks and a normal trade? This was a bigger thing for Essendon?
Yeah, look, I think the outcome shows that, James. We looked at presenting as something that would future-proof Essendon's list, a little bit like what I think Sydney did to Carlton. And then obviously, one club decides to go down the path of accelerating their premiership tilt, and the other one probably needs to make an in-principle statement, and they did.
What did you make of Essendon's proposal? 4 first-rounders and a second-rounder if they were going to allow you to pry Merritt out.
Tom, I think I used the word before, ridiculous.
So is there still, it sounds like the tone, and I might be reading into it, there's a bit of bad blood or a bit of bad feeling between the parties over this. Is that correct, or everyone prepared to move on?
No, I had a chuckle when you said that. And you would know this more than any. I don't think Essendon and Hawthorn have ever loved each other, James. But I think they're adversaries who like to play against each other and like to perform well in those occasions, and I don't think that's going to change.
There is a lot of, I suppose, aggression on the field, but there's a lot of respect, I think, both ways in terms of both the clubs. And I actually ran into Ben Holland around Nick Holland around the town this morning, and we had a bit of a chuckle about the old rivalry.
Yeah, of course, and that still exists, Rob. The vision in the rooms was quite incredible to watch on the AFL website when Tom Petroro was clearly frustrated towards the end of the deadline. Were you in that room? And without repeating exactly what he was saying, clearly it was directed at Essendon. How jarring was that to be part of something where you were so close but yet so far?
Look, I think Tom's he's a passionate man, a bit of an Italian heritage with Tom, which we love. Tom worked extremely hard for Zach, and in the end, obviously, in working for Zach, he was supporting what we were trying to do. He naturally felt, and I think he even said this yesterday, that the first offer that we put forward yesterday, he thought was exceptional, and then obviously we went to another level with 3 first-rounders. Tom just couldn't see the reason why Zach wasn't getting the opportunity to express the wish that he had to get to Hawthorn and then absolutely be able to land that. So, yes, he was disappointed. It was quite funny. A lot of my mates were a little bit concerned that Tom was angry with me, but he definitely wasn't. He's definitely a person who has a lot of passion for his players that he looks after, and he does everything he possibly can to get the right outcome for them. And he felt the right outcome for Zach after 12 years at Essendon, giving everything that he had, and wanting some success in the latter part of his playing journey was to get him to Hawthorn.
Felt like Sam Mitchell was very keen to get another midfielder into the team with Will Day obviously having the injuries and probably in the prelim that was an area that you guys were beaten in. How have you spoken to him since this has happened, and how's his feeling, and what's the plan for the going forward to try and increase that midfield? It obviously has to be growth from within.
Yeah, look, so I've spoken to Sam regularly over the last week. He is overseas and he's doing some professional development, which we want him to do, but he's been very much a part of all the conversations we've had over the week. He like us, is disappointed. Obviously, we wanted to get Zach to the club. We felt he could help make us better. But Sam's a realist. He's really optimistic about our immediate future. He knows that we played off in the prelim and players like Deer, Day, as you just mentioned, but McKenzie, Morrison and McGuinness, they all didn't play in that game. And we're still the 9th youngest list in the competition at the moment. We had 17 players who are 26 and under who played throughout the final series. We still think there's a lot of improvement in our current list. now we have sort of 2 picks inside the first round, one of them at 10, for this draft, and we have the opportunity to add to the now, we think, in terms of players who could come in and play straight away at the start of the season. I think young drafted players are now starting to show that when they're picked early. But we've probably future-proofed the next few years by maintaining a really strong draft hand.
Rob, have you spoken to Zach? And if so, what did you say?
I have spoken to Zach. I rang him last night when this all finished. Can I say one thing I will say? I've been amazingly impressed by Zach now. He's a quality young man, and as much as he wanted something different than what he had, he didn't do that in a way that was disrespectful to Essendon. He just expressed what he wanted. So, yes, I have spoken to him. I told him that I was disappointed that we didn't get it done for him because, again, you enter into these partnerships hoping that you're going to get the absolute right outcome for player and for club. But I also said to him that, what we will do is that we will continue just in this period of time, continue to reach out and look after him through this as he works through the disappointment that he has. And he expressed his disappointment as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Zach is a quality young man and a competitor and a driven man, and a lot of respect from this table for Zach. I just want to go through the difference between what Sydney did and what you guys have done, and this is not a criticism, but Sydney were prepared to actually go into their locker room and perhaps disrupt the feel of their locker room, where it felt like Hawthorn protected their locker room and weren't prepared to put anyone who was, in the top 25 players or a really good player up for trade and protect that locker room and the feel inside that locker room. Was that a conscious decision to not break what you have to bring in a player?
Yeah, look, there was part thereof, yes, James. We've built an amazing culture within, and the playing group has been responsible for driving that. Like they are so connected. So there was a part of that for us, but we also knew that we had to present an exceptional offer, and we thought and believed that we did, even without doing that. So at the end of the day, we did what we needed to do. We got to the table with something that has never been offered for a 30-year-old, maybe not even been offered for a player in this period. 3 first-round picks. Yes, it didn't involve maybe the player that you're talking about, but it was still something compelling. And yes, at the end of the day, we also protected the locker room or the culture of our football club.
Rob, really appreciate your time. I know it's a difficult night last night. Look forward to seeing what the Hawks can do in 2026.
Yeah, appreciate it, Tom Jones.
Rob McCartney on the line. Just quickly, did the Hawks get what they came for?
Well, they didn't. They clearly didn't. But what they did do is they did pick up some good... They did reallocate their picks with 22 coming in. So in pick 10, pick 22, 26 future first... third round, 2026 future fourth round.
Yep.
Outs, Warple. I think they lost some depth. They definitely lost some depth, but they've got some picks. And, I think out Warple, Jath and Sarong and pick 9, pick 31. They've got pick 10, 22, 62, 76, 94 and 112 in this year's draft.
All right, that's the Hawks story for today. Let's move to the Adelaide Crows now, where Justin Reid, the list manager, is on the line. Justin, hey, really appreciate your time as well. How would you evaluate what you were able to achieve, or can I say not able to achieve yesterday?
Yeah, Tom Hurdy. Hi, boys. Disappointing in trade period last night. Obviously, we went in with the intent to bring Calamachi into the football club, but unfortunately, sometimes these things play out that way. So we're going to have to go the long route, but certainly Cowley's management and the club united in seeing that through. So disappointed for Cow especially and his family. What do you think it says about Brisbane that they were unable to agree to a trade to a player who's got a 5-year deal on the table from you and also has won 2 premierships at the Brisbane Lions? Oh, look, that's probably a question for Brisbane. But all I know is that Cow is very well liked and loved by his teammates at Brisbane. He went through the front door and was very honest and upfront some time ago around his desire to move to Adelaide for family reasons. He supported the Crows growing up. We see a real good opportunity to join us from a leadership perspective and give us great versatility. So he's very honest and upfront. So again, I can't answer those questions on behalf of Brisbane, but we know we'll see this through for Cow, and and treating him the way he should be.
You seem, Justin, like you've been very well measured and structured in the way you put this list together. Brought in players through to trade, and from Dawson all the way through, Peatling and Cumming last year, Archie now. How much more do you think you've got to put to this list to overcome the disappointment of going out in straight sets and go one or two steps further next year?
Yeah, we certainly we talked about being aggressive throughout the year, so we certainly had numerous conversations with certain players, and we've been pretty consistent that we're not going to trade for the sake of trading. If we could bring some high-end talent in to help the exit list at the moment, and from a profile perspective, we're still quite young with regards to age and game, so there's actually a lot of growth still from within the list that you saw this year, and a bit more exposure that we need for guys that didn't get games this year. So, look, we're not a finished product. We still know we need to add pizzas, and Calamarchi being part of that, and also Pinbar Maley through the trade period as well. With the new ruck rule, 5 on the bench, he'll be able to assist us some depth through there in the ruck and the forward line. And Indy Cotton has been a big part of what we're doing over the last 12 months as well. So, again, there's different ways on how you try to improve a list. One way through trade, but we're always open-minded on how we try to do that.
And Finbar Maley is a hugely exciting player. He can jump on people's heads, he can take grabs, but his kicking's probably not where it needs to be. What was the reason for targeting him?
Yeah, we'd seen, obviously, his development through Preston and through North Melbourne, through the VFL and some AFL football. He was obviously out of contract. So we just see the opportunity there at 22. His athleticism gives the opportunity maybe for Riley Fieldfoot to stay forward more. We've already got Toby Murray as well on our list that we see some real excitement, who's 22 years old as well. So just add some depth in behind a Fogarty and Phil Thorpe with some growth and upside. That's pretty exciting for the group.
Did you consider either of these proposals from Brisbane to let him go? So a 2026 second rounder and a 2027 second rounder, or a future second rounder and then the pick slide from 16 to 23, and Adelaide's choice of giving up a future third and sliding from 48 to 59. So essentially two choices, and you said no to them. Which one was closer?
Tommy, we were really clear from the start we weren't going to be involving our round one picks. Pick 16, or whether it being our future one, they're valuable picks for us. Brisbane, they'll get a high-end quality midfielder in the top 5 this year. It's points value to them. To us, we need to keep bringing and adding talent to the list, and that's a round one pick. So that's where pick 16 sat. Historically, for a 28-year-old that's out of contract, has gone through the front door and done the right thing, never been top 10 in their best and fairest, pick future 2 and a future 3 is what we thought would get the deal done. Again, it didn't suit Brisbane's needs, and unfortunately, we can't answer for them, and we're disappointed for Cal, but again, we also have to be true to our members, true to the existing playing list, and then what we're trying to do in and around the trade period as well. So I guess what comes out of this is that we've got all our draft capital. We can continue to be aggressive up until draft night, and got all our future stock for 2026. So that's something we'll hold tightly and get aggressive with as well at some stage.
Very quickly, do you restructure that deal for Kalachi now to make sure no other club can pick him up in the pre-season draft?
His manager, Ben Williams, has been pretty thorough. He's been around a long time and got a relationship with a lot of clubs. So we'll look at that. We'll let the dust settle, but we'll certainly look at that between now and the end of October. But, we'll be very consistent and aggressive with how that looks. Again, when you can't speak to someone or have a medical, it's very hard to make decisions. So we're pretty confident that Cow will get through to the Adelaide Football Club.
It's fascinating, isn't it? That I'm not having a go, Justin, because I know you've got to answer that in a certain way, but that's answered it pretty much the way if you look through the answer, we know exactly what he's saying.
Absolutely, as it should be. That's absolutely fine. Hey, Reedy, appreciate your time. Well done this year. Minor premiership, and hopefully next year you can go a couple of steps better and maybe even salute. This list build has been fantastic. I'm on the record saying that, and I think you're just about ready to pop.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks,
Justin Reid, the list manager of the Adelaide Crows.
It's fascinating to me that the people out there, the average punter out there will just think, well, why doesn't Essendon? If they got all the money, why don't they just do it? But teams are not prepared to take players without a medical, and you won't be able to find Calamarchi for a few months if you're another club.
Well, there we go, Hurdy. That's it for us on Trade Mornings this year. I've loved working with you across Channel 9 and also and also SEN and AFL Trade Radio. Have you enjoyed it?
It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun, and we've finished.
Unbelievable. That's a lot of. You just take your time now, enjoy your summer, and hopefully we can see you back next year. Thanks so much for joining us. We've really loved all the feedback we've got from, well, most of the feedback we've got on the text machine, but also via the callers. We've loved our guests as well, and a big thanks to everyone at the AFL and also SEN for making this possible. Up next is Josh Gabelich and Sarah Ollie are normally up next. Up next is Cal Twomey and Riley Beveridge. Make sure you tune into them, and we'll see you in 2026.
Trade mornings for Toyota. Land Cruiser drives us home. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota and Host Plus. Whether you're still in the game or hanging up the boots, Host Plus is on your side. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
The Choices Flooring Style Without Limit sale is here, bringing you fresh flooring and window furnishing ideas to transform every space in time for the festive season. From bold statements to timeless neutrals, discover real style, real expression and real inspiration for your home. Plus, buy any generic collection product and you could win a Dyson Wash G1 2-in-1 wet floor cleaner each day. Download the catalogue at choicesflooring.com or visit your local showroom today.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
So, you're going to study sport at Deakin?
Study sport? Nah, I'm going to grow sport. Australia's done it! Another gold on the Olympic stage! Lead sport. All right, good hustle squad, give me one more quarter! Inspire sport. Go! Think beyond the field. Search Deakin Sport.
From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
What's better than winning the flag? Winning 8 in a row. Host Plus has won CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row, based on strong, long-term performance, competitive fees, and a great array of product features. Outstanding Value Super, that's a plus.
Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider when choosing a super fund. Visit hostplus.com.au/awards for awards criteria and disclaimers. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before making a decision.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for double impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
As a real estate agent or rental provider, fulfilling your safety compliance obligations is paramount. So get it done with Gasleck Safety. One visit, all checks, zero hassle. Gasleck Safety is your trusted partner for rental property compliance in Victoria for gas, electrical, smoke alarms and rental minimum standards check. And we do it all in a single visit. We're not just ticking boxes, we're protecting your investment and the people living in it. Let's make safety simple together. Need a check? Search Gasleck Safety today.
Gettable on AFL Trade Radio. Your home of everything trade and draft thanks to Google and Rheem. Built tough for Aussie conditions. Ask your plumber for Australia's favourite and install a Rheem.
This is Gettable with Riley Beveridge and Cal Twomey here with you on Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio. Continental Tyres, engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. We've got an hour and a half remaining of this deadline day wrap-up show here with you on afl.com.au and the AFL Live app. Cal, we've got 9 or 10 different clubs coming on over the next little bit. We've got Sydney list boss Chris Keane joining us in just a minute. Let's get to the Swans, though, because they were one of the busiest clubs and they completed the last deal of the trade period to get Charlie Curnow through the door. They gave up 3 first-round picks plus Will Haywood. They got a few seconds back, though, as part of that deal with Carlton. And most importantly in the trade, they got Charlie Curnow.
Well, they got their man, didn't they? And that makes them one of the big winners of the trade period. So very shortly, we're going to hear from Chris Keane about the inner workings of that deal. We've got a lot of clubs coming up over the next hour and a half. So if you have a question for any of the guys coming up, shoot us a tweet and we will get to that as well.
We certainly will. So just a recap of Sydney's trade period. Not only did they get Charlie Curnow, but they got Jai Sarong, a nice little defensive piece, back-to-back Box Hill, best and fairest. They also got Malcolm Roses Jr. That was one of the first deals completed in the trade period. So it was a big couple of weeks for the Swans. They got one of the first deals done and then one of the last deals done. Ollie Florent was another interesting one on deadline day, Cal, because he was mixed into the original offer for Charlie Curnow on Monday evening, but then it ended up being a separate deal, a deal done independently to Charlie Curnow for a future third-round pick earlier on deadline day.
Let's get to Chris. Is he on the line?
Not just yet. We're still waiting for Chris to join us, so he'll be here in just a little bit. Jack Buller, of course.
He's ready to go.
He is ready to go. All right, let's get to Sydney list boss Chris Keane. Chris, thanks for joining us on Gettable.
Good morning, boys. How are you?
Very well, thanks. We might start clearly with the biggest deal done on the trade period's deadline day, and that was Charlie Curnow. Talk us through the final frantic few minutes there of the trade period as you were trying to negotiate that deal for Charlie Curnow.
Yeah, it was. It's probably a good way to describe it. It was pretty frantic towards the end, and I think both parties probably were holding firm and holding the line on what they were willing to give up. And at the end of the day, we reached a common ground there at the end with that 2027 first going in the mix and us being able to protect ourselves a little bit in this year's draft and also add some protection back into 2027 as well. So I think at the end of the day, we came together pretty late in the piece and found something that worked for both parties and got the deal done, which was great.
So the deal got done, Chris, with 3 minutes left to go in the period. But I want to know one thing. When did you make your first call to Robbie DeRazio or vice versa during the year about Charlie Curnow? When did you get wind that he was interested in a potential move?
It's hard to put a exact time frame on it, Cal. It was probably towards the back end of the year, without being too specific. But when there's a type of player like and the caliber of player like Charlie Curnow that potentially has an interest in joining your footy club, then that's our job and my job to explore that as much as we can. And ultimately, we're able to get it over the line and bring him into the footy club, which is really exciting for everyone involved, and certainly our supporters and members should look forward to what he can do out on the SCG next year.
Carlton made it pretty clear last night that it had to be 3 first-round picks as part of this deal. Obviously, the first iteration of the trade that you put to the Blues on Monday night didn't include that. Is that ultimately what the deal hinged on going into the final few minutes?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, Riley. I think they were pretty consistent with their messaging in needing those 3 first-round picks, which was their position all along, and they also required some players as well, which is what the message we got out of them the whole way through. So they were pretty consistent with that. We had a pretty strong line as well as far as what we were willing to go to, and at the end of the day, as I said earlier, the ability to reach a common ground and for us to grab some assets in the form of picks this year and picks in the future probably short up the deal at the end of the day.
Can I ask, obviously, Ollie Florent gets to Carlton earlier in the day. Will Hayward gets to Carlton as part of the Charlie Curnow move. How delicate was that matter to you as a football club, given you've got two players who signed long-term deals within the last 12 months, trying to get them to agree to a trade, but they probably, as a first priority, wouldn't have been overwhelmingly supportive of. How delicate a balance was that for you as a football club over the last fortnight?
Yeah, it was very challenging, to be honest. And I think we walked into this situation knowing full well that the complexities lied within the challenge of getting Charlie Curnow to our footy club. And, these decisions aren't made lightly and they're carefully considered, and you're working through a range of factors, both on and off field and culturally and everything else when you make these decisions. Ultimately, we're trying to make the best decision for our footy club, short and long term. But we also want to acknowledge both those boys as well and how important they've been to our footy club over a long period of time. And we wish them all the best at Carlton, and we're sure that they're going to play some good footy there as well.
How many phone calls did you make yesterday, Chris? I'm not asking you to log your phone, but can you take us just inside the day of a list manager with the biggest deal in the trade period still pending in the final day?
I've actually spoken to a few people about this morning. Actually, it was north of 70. It was a busy day.
And interested as we look forward as well. The draft is coming up. You've got a few players tied to the club as an academy option. A number of them tested at the combine a couple of weeks ago. Where the picks sit at the moment, how many selections do you expect to take to the draft, and what does that mean in terms of your access to the academy guys?
Yeah, we're still probably working through that in terms of how many we're going to take to the draft. It's probably looking like 3 or 4 at this stage, but we've still got a little bit of work to do to clarify that. In terms of the academy boys, we'll wait and see where that all sits and where they fall and what we're able to do with those picks. I think one thing we pushed really strongly was to try and get a couple of those picks, 31 and 42, back in the deal. I mean, you'll know more than I will, Cal, around who's going to get bid and where, but we feel like our 2 first picks this year could end up actually coming in a little bit, depending on what happens with the change in DBI and a few of those calculations. So we feel like we're still a live chance to have an impact in this year's draft. But if not, then we'll look at what the academy boys look like and where they get bid and make those decisions when they happen.
Well, Chris, at the end of the day, you managed to get the biggest deal of the trade period completed and over the line. Good luck ahead of the draft, bringing those academy boys in, and thanks for joining us on Gettable.
No worries, boys. Thanks for having me.
Chris Keane, Sydney's list boss there. Cal, I've always said this. You can think what you think of the deal, but at the end of the day, if you get a player on the hook, the onus is on you to bring them into your football club, and Sydney did that. They probably paid a bit more than what they would have expected when they lodged their first offer for Charlie Curnow, but they've got a dual Coleman medalist into the football club, and they're not far away from being the side that made it to the 2022 and 2024 grand finals again.
Yeah, I mean, they won a lot of games in 2024, didn't they?
Yeah.
So they weren't that far off and had a shocker on grand final day. Charlie Curnow is following now a trend of the big key forward buy-ins for that club, the superstar key forward who comes to them in the promise of success. So, yeah, it's going to be a fascinating watch, and it gives Dean Cox a linchpin of that forward line now to work around. All
right, let's get to our next guest here on Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio, and it is Richmond list boss Blair Hartley who joins us on the line. Blair, thanks for coming on Gettable.
Thanks for having me.
You sprung not the biggest name in the trade period, but one of the biggest surprises in terms of getting a deal done for Patrick Rechko. Talk to us about when this eventuated and when this bobbed up on your radar.
Yeah, I walked into Marvel last night not thinking we'd be too busy, but had a quick chat to Simon Murphy at Geelong in the hallway just about Patrick. Since he was delisted from Geelong just a couple of weeks ago, we've tracked him closely, and they mentioned that they would be comfortable facilitating something that will allow Patrick to come to us now rather than waiting for the delisted free agency window to open on November 3rd, I think it is. And it's just made sense. So, look, Patrick had showed some strong form for Caulfield last year and played in a strong coach team at Oakley with Jagger Smith and Finn O'Sullivan and Jasper Alger, who's on our list now. and we rated him last year due to the numbers we had coming in. Our rookie list was full. Otherwise, we probably would have taken him then. He had a strong season in the VFL, and he'll give us some run through the wing and the halfback while joining that group of eight first years from last year.
As you say, Blair, it was otherwise a pretty quiet period. You farewelled Tully Young to West Coast and brought in an extra pick, that number 38. Does that help cover a potential bid for Louis Kellaway?
We're working through all that now, Cal. It's not as plain and as simple as that. We've just got to find where the draft sits in terms of Louis. We've been pretty open with that with Louis himself and Duncan. We visited their family home not long ago, and then, speaking with his manager, Ben Williams, will work through that in good time.
Did you have many offers in the end for picks 3 or 4? And were you part of any conversations as part of this Hawthorn mix with the Essendon trade? And if anyone was willing to throw an offer up to get up to that spot, if you would shift down, did any conversations come your way to potentially slide as part of that?
Lots of phone calls, as usual, but not much substance. I feel like the negotiations got quite probably rigid at the end, so that openness probably wasn't quite there with those clubs, because I think they all went down to the wire in the end.
Is there still something you think you might be able to do with 3 and 4? Can you still be aggressive or flexible with those picks leading into the draft?
Well, look, we're pretty comfortable with where we're at in the draft. But while that's happening, we have to listen to offers, and I think it'll take something pretty special for us to turn our heads. But as I've said before, you never say never.
What about Tyler Sonsie and Thompson Dow? Where do things sit with their contract status?
Yeah, they're both out of contract at the moment. I've been speaking with Nick Geeshan and Matt Bain about those guys, and having spoken to both Tyler and Thompson as well. It's an unfortunate part of what we have to do. We have to keep these spots open. So just through this next little bit, while we're working through the pick swap window, we'll have to leave those spots open, and that's where it sits with them right now.
Overall strategy before we let you go, Blair, do you feel like it's one more big year at the draft next year? I know 6 first-round picks last year, 7 inside 30. You grab another top-end couple of picks this time around as well. How many more of these big tilts at the draft do you feel necessary before you get on the next phase of this rebuild?
Yeah, I mean, although it was a quite quiet trade period for us, it's just one lever you can use to improve your list, and we've always just felt it's important to pull the right levers at the right time and get involved in the strong drafts when you can. It's about knowing where you're at, and right now we feel like the draft is for us at Richmond, and we'll just assess that as it moves.
Last one before we let you go. Did you tune into the last 15 minutes last night? Do you watch it with a bit of interest like the rest of us?
Look, there was a bit of carnage going on last night, and I'm probably not one for the cameras, so I'll just do my best to stay out of it.
Well, Blair, good luck leading into the draft. You got 2 very nice picks there at 3 and 4. All the best in this off-season.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
That was Blair Hartley, Richmond's Executive General Manager of Football Talent. Quite a day for the Tigers and a quieter trade period for the Tigers than it was last year when they had a few guys going out. They had, 7 picks inside the first 28 in the end leading into the draft. So they bring in Patrick Rechko, as we said, not the biggest name, but maybe one of the biggest surprises in the trade period on deadline day, because he was named that no one had mentioned for the 2 weeks beforehand. And then Tyler Young obviously goes to West Coast in exchange for pick 38, which, as you said, might help them get Louis Kellaway over the line. You've watched a lot of underage football and junior football. What type of player is Patrick Rechko? Well,
he's a runner. Yeah. He's a midfielder who can run and run and run. And he was a part of that Caulfield Grammar team alongside Murphy Reid last year. Mm-hmm. So knew him very well and played alongside him. Started the year probably maybe a top 30 chance. Faded a little bit as the season went on, but comes from a great program in terms of Geelong, doesn't he? Just because he didn't get a game there doesn't mean that he wouldn't have learned from his experience there. And now takes those experiences to Punt Road.
We're about to get to Port Adelaide in just a little moment, but as for the Power, they managed to bring in 3 players relatively cheaply as well. So Will Brodie, as we know, cost a pick that was outside the 100s. What was it, 105 in the end? 104, 103, there we go. So it's pick 103 for Will Brodie. Jacob Ware arrived as a free agent early in the window, and then Corey Durden, which was a bit of a surprise for a few in terms of a deal getting done for Corey Durden, because he was a player that I think he'd expressed to Carlton relatively early in the year that if there was an opening to potentially get back to South Australia, where he's from, where he's got his family still, he'd be willing to explore it. I think Carlton were open to it as well, and I think that was a bit of a goodwill gesture as well. I don't think you'll find anyone at the Blues with a bad word to say about Corey Durden, so I think they honoured his wish to get back there, and obviously Port Adelaide took him on board as well, and as part of that deal that helped get Ben Ainsworth to the Blues. But this isn't a year that Port Adelaide's going to attack the draft strongly either. They've sort of, it's almost a holding pattern as Josh Carr comes into the football club. So, I mean, where are their priorities? Because they've got a lot of players that will be tied to the football club, both in 2026 and 2027. We don't know about Dougie Cochran yet, but I'm sure they're hopeful. Port Adelaide fans everywhere are hopeful. But talk to us about some of these kids they're about to bring in over the next couple of years.
Yeah, well, Louis Salapak is a father-son 2 years down the line in 2027. We'll speak to Jason Cripps about him shortly as well. A father-son tied to the club as the son of former player Stephen Salapak, a midfielder who's really exciting, dominated for Vic Country's under-16s this year. And there's Zemez Pilot, who's got the best name that's about to hit footy, a key forward type who's kicked hauls of goals at under-16s level in sample competition. So he's a member of their Next Generation Academy as well. Comes from a basketball background, but they've been working with him over several years. So, yeah, there's a bit coming through. And then there's the Dougie Cochran question that we're all waiting on the answer for.
Do you see him being a potential pick 1 candidate next year, Dougie Cochran?
Yeah. I called it last year. I bookmarked it even. I think he was the number 1 pick, and my view on that hasn't changed.
We're about to get to Jason Cripps now, Port Adelaide's list boss. Jason, thanks for coming on Gettable. Oh, no, not just yet. We're still waiting on Jason Cripps to join us. They've also had a lot of change in their footy department as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And they've got a new footy boss. Well, they'll be searching for a new football boss. There's been more responsibilities for Jason Cripps as part of that, with Chris Davies stepping away and going to the Carlton Football Club. Josh Carr comes in. They've changed over their assistant coaching panel as well. Been a lot of change in that market. Brought in Stuart Dew, Andy Collins from Hawthorn. So there's been some significant change around that football club, and it was probably, not saying the timing was right, but if you're going to change a big figure in the coach and make that decision and move through to the Josh Carr era, change around that probably exists as well. So they've been a really successful team over a long period then. They challenged and challenged and challenged. I think they won the 3rd most games across a 5-year period before this year. So they've been up and at there. It's just a matter now of that slight step back before the transition forward again.
And wouldn't you know it, as you've been saying the whole way through the trade period, Zach Butters didn't get traded. Who would have thought?
Been saying through the trade period. I've been saying it since April.
So that's clearly going to be one of the biggest questions on everyone's lips going into 2026, the situation around Zach Butters and what that looks like. As we try and get Jason Cripps on the line, let's also chat through about North Melbourne, because I think their footy boss, Todd Viney, might just be with us in a second. No, we've got Jason Cripps, actually. Port Adelaide's list boss, Jason Cripps, joins us on the line. Jason, thanks for coming on Gettable.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Very well, thanks. It was quite a deadline day for you, quite a trade period for you than in years gone by. Talk us through the strategy of what you tried to get out of the last fortnight.
Yeah, obviously we've lost a fair bit of games experience, 1,373 in the last 2 years, and we're mindful of bringing in some players that we think can add some depth to the list, but also play some roles where we've perhaps got some gaps within our team. So that was the focus. We also wanted to preserve our draft capital going into future years, and we're quite comfortable moving picks from this year into future drafts. We obviously attacked last year's draft. We rated that really highly, and we're looking forward to getting stuck in the next 2 years. But we've still got our pick 49 and 85 sitting there this year, so we'll take them into draft night, and we've got the flexibility and some options around what we do with them.
Corey Durden, did he pop up late, Jason, as an option?
He did in terms of actually from a trade perspective and facilitating the deal. Look, we had some conversations with his manager throughout the year. He approached us and made us aware that Corey's desire and preference would be to get back home for family reasons to SA. So we sort of had those pretty casual, informal conversations throughout the year. Weren't really sure where it'd end up, but it actually moved pretty quick in the end in terms of an actual trade.
We were just speaking off air, or not off air, before you joined us. We were on air, I think. I've kind of forgotten when we're on and off air at the moment, the last couple of days. But about Dougie Cochrane and the pending approval there and that pending application. Has that made it at all difficult around planning for the next couple of years without knowing fully if he's in or out and what the pick situation is going to be around that?
Not so much the Dougie decision, the application. I think the frustration's more around we're all flying a little bit blind in terms of what the actual rules are going to be around access to academy players in general and the bidding system and changes to the DVI again. There's some pretty significant changes made this year, and I know some clubs. Everyone's got self-interest. We know that, but our view was really strong that the changes that were made this year, that we needed to assess them. We needed time. We needed a bigger sample size before we rush in and make further changes. So there's that aspect. And also, obviously, with the Tasmania concessions coming in, we're notified and given information around what those concessions would look like. But it's pretty hard when there's no dates attached or years attached to them. We've all got some idea of what year that might be and what it looks like, but there's nothing definitive around when those concessions would come in. So in some ways you're trading into future drafts, actually not knowing what rule changes are potentially going to take place. So I must admit that's been pretty frustrating, to be honest.
Jason, I heard you speak earlier this week around pick 49 potentially still being on the table as well. Is it a possibility that you don't take any picks in this year's draft?
Look, I've spoken about it during the week. We'll upgrade 3 rookies, and as the rules allow, that if you do make those 3 changes or upgrade 3 rookies, they can be the changes that go towards the draft. So technically, by the rules, we don't have to select, but obviously we've got pick 49 and pick 85. We've got list spots, and I think every club now has opportunities and flexibility to sit there on draft night and make decisions around what you do. You've got the capacity now to upgrade rookies post-draft. So there's a lot of different levers at our disposal. So we're open-minded on which way we go. We may select, we may not, we may upgrade another rookie post-draft. So we'll work through those as the night unfolds, or the 2 nights unfold.
The Calamarchi situation was, I'm sure, an interesting one to watch unfold last night. He's going to have a price on his head of more than $1 million, I'm sure, over the first couple of seasons of his deal in the pre-season draft. Do you put your hand up? Are you interested?
Look, obviously it's pretty fresh. We'll no doubt have the discussion internally whether we see that as a viable option for us. We'll no doubt also have a conversation with Ben Williams. But I guess we haven't had any previous discussions with Ben or Callum. He wasn't a priority for us. We've obviously got a plan in place and some strategies in place around draft and player acquisition and target players. And obviously retention is going to be pretty important for us over the next couple of years also. So that all goes part of the planning and strategy moving forward. So we obviously don't want to impact that, but sometimes when the opportunities pop up that you weren't expecting, I think we need to do a due diligence and explore that a little bit further to see whether it's a realistic option for us without impacting future planning and strategies that we have in place.
All right, last one before we let you go. You've been very generous with your time on Trade Radio through the period. Zach Butters, no question about his contract. I want to ask you about his surgery this week. He seems to be all good. It's just a little bit of a setback in terms of the start to pre-season.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's something that Zach managed throughout the year, to be honest. Look, we've spoken a lot about Zach and the person he is and the high calibre player he is, but he's also a tough little man. He plays under a lot of duress, and we just wanted to make sure that we gave him the best opportunity for next year to be 100% fit. It's a really minor procedure. He'll get majority of the pre-season. under his belt. So, yeah, it was just ensuring, looking after Zach to make sure it gives him the best opportunity to have a great season next year, fully fit.
Well, Jason, as Cal said, you've been very generous with your time across the last fortnight. Thanks for joining us today on Gettable.
Thanks, guys.
Jason Cripps, Port Adelaide's list boss there. All right, we're about to turn our attentions to North Melbourne. Cal, they got Charlie Spargo.
My chair.
They got Charlie Spargo through the door as a.
Was Hurdy or Tom here before? He's pushed down the chair.
Saying he's too tall, Cal. Finbar Maley left. That was another one of the big surprises of the trade period. No one really had mentioned Finbar Maley's name across the last couple of weeks. They had a little bit of a look at Lecalier across the last 48 hours, but they weren't. They actually chose not to go down that route. And to talk through the Kangas and what they managed to achieve across the last couple of weeks is their footy boss, Todd Viney, who joins us on the line. Todd, thanks for coming on Gettable.
No worries, Riley.
Let's start with Charlie Spargo, the only player you managed to bring through the doors in this year's trade period. What are you hoping that Charlie Spargo can add as a front half player in the next couple of years?
Well, it's a role that we've tried to, or we think is very important. Firstly, those high half forwards that can get up the ground and create opportunities in transition and help support defence. He's a premiership player in doing that. He's probably been a little bit banged up in the last couple of years, but we rate him highly. Obviously, I was at Melbourne when we drafted Charlie. High character, high work rate, great competitor, very good player. So we really like what he's going to be able to bring to us. We haven't quite been able to nail that high half forward role. We've given the opportunity to a few players, but we think Charlie can really help us in that space.
Obviously, the big one that was looming for the Kangas right throughout deadline day revolved around the captain and Jai Simpkin. Was anything ever going to move you at any point in terms of what Collingwood might be able to produce for Jai Simpkin? They ultimately put a future second-round selection, which seemed like it was always going to be short of the mark. But was anything ever going to sway you in this one?
Well, not really. I mean, called me old-fashioned, but, he's a player that signed a long-term contract and important player to us. I feel for the other guys that really committed to the club long term, and LDU, Larkey, Zerha, Sheasel. They all made their decisions knowing that we had a core group of players that we've been able to retain. So no, I think once you sign something, you see it through, and you've got to be good for your word. So there wasn't going to be too much that could have swayed, that my opinion on that. And I'm one voice, but quite a strong voice in that space.
Todd, there was a report that Collingwood had offered a future first-round pick from 2027 and pick 46 this year for Jai Simpkin. Did that land with you?
No, 100% incorrect. So I'm not sure. I've had a couple of people mention that to me, but it just didn't happen.
What about the captaincy now? I mean, this is the next step. Do you foresee change in that area?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Obviously Merritt's going through the same thing at Essendon. So, obviously when you put yourself up and asked to, have a look around, I think you put that at jeopardy. It's pretty obvious. We have a process that we run through with the players and the coaches and the key people at the footy club every year. So that will go again. But, obviously I think Jai would be realistic enough to know that he's put that, obviously at jeopardy, and it'd be unlikely.
How do you work with Zane Dersman to get the best out of him in year three after what's been a frustrating couple of years to start his career? Maybe a level of openness to seeing what was out there. In the end, nothing probably was going to budge you on that one. But how do you work to get the best out of Zane?
No, it's really a good question. I mean, that's, we've gone really heavily focused at the draft and retention, so it's important that we maximise the opportunity around our young talent we've brought in. Our footy department reflects that we've brought, in extra resources in the development space. So we've got to find the right buttons to push for Zane, give him the right opportunity. I think Zane's not the only one. I think probably we've the last couple of years we've moved players around quite a bit to see where they're best suited. And some have, found that spot, and Zane probably hasn't. And in that space, maybe lost a bit of confidence. But we think we're pretty clear now on the way we want to play, the talent that we've got, and how we want to play them. And I'm sure Zane's going to become a very, very good player, along with Sheasel and McKercher and Wardlaw and Finn O'Sullivan. They are going to be stars of the competition for us.
Just a more holistic one for you, Todd. You mentioned those players there that you've brought into the football club over the draft over the last couple of years. How important now is it in 2026 for the football club to take that next step forward? It feels like you've got a really strong core group of young talent. For them to take the next step, how important is 2026 for the football club?
No, it's really important. You know, as I said, 2 years of with Clark. I mean, the first year was really a write-off, but we've acquired some of those really talented top-end picks over the last couple of years. We've had great opportunity to look at where they've played. You know, the wins have been modest. We think we've done a lot of things really well in our cultural environment. All our AFLPA surveys and our internal surveys where the players suggest that we've got a really good environment. They love coming to work now. The last thing you see, from my experience, is the scoreboard tick over, but we need to make sure that starts to tick over. You know, 5.5 wins this year compared to 3 the year before. You know, is modest improvement. We did draw with the reigning premiers, so it could have been us. So we'll keep working towards getting better. You know, the margins are fine. We've got still lots of work to do, but the margins are fine, and the rise can come quickly from my experience. Yeah, we need to start getting the scoreboard ticking over with wins. There's no doubt about that. And we're bullish that can happen this year.
All right, Todd, thank you for joining us on Gettable today, and good luck over the next couple of months.
No, thanks, guys.
Todd Viney, North Melbourne's footy boss there. All right, about to get to West Coast in just a little bit. They got a deal done for Brandon Starcevich in the first week of the trade period. Tyler Young moved to the footy club as well on Monday. They lost their co-captain in Oscar Allen. Campbell Chesser departed to the Blues, and Liam Ryan, who was contracted for another year, went across to St Kilda. But as part of that move for Oscar Allen, they also got the number 2 pick. So
that was the big chip, wasn't it? They end up with picks 1, 2, 13. This is a club that over the last few years hasn't had the ability to go bang, bang, bang early in the draft. They've moved their picks around, but also the way the draft has panned out. I mean, Harley Reid was pick 1, Archer Reid was pick 30 that year. So the stockpiling of early picks and young talent is important, and that was a priority for them to hold on to those selections. You wonder if they can even edge up the board as well. We'll ask Matt Clark shortly if he's had any firm offers for pick 1 or 2 to trade back. So that's an interesting one.
So we're just waiting for Matt Clark, West Coast's list boss, to join us. He should be here in just a little second. They've got picks 1, 2, 13 and 34. So we will see what they can do with that. And Matt Clark, West Coast's list manager, joins us on the line now. Matt, thanks for coming on Gettable.
G'day, Riley. G'day, Cal. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, mate. It's been a few names in the last 24 hours.
I was going to say, it's been a big couple of weeks for everyone. Let's start with your draft hand. I mean, you've got picks 1, 2, 13, 34, 41, as we just mentioned there. It's a pretty exciting place for the club to be heading into that national draft in November. Do you expect much movement with those picks?
I think everybody will probably say the same thing. You never say never if someone comes to you with it, with an offer, but we're really confident that there's some real high-end talent there, which is part of the strategy to bring it in from our list that we've been working on the last 18 to 36 months about what talent we bring in. So I think it's highly unlikely we move those, but yeah, we'll wait and see. I haven't had any offers for those picks, but yeah, once everyone got through the last sort of 24 hours, they'll settle, and yeah, maybe someone comes to us, but we'll wait and see.
You got the Starcevich deal done pretty early, Clarkey, and it must have been a huge fillip for the club to get a back-to-back premiership player and someone who's going to add real steel to your back half. Tell us about the impact you hope to get from Brandon.
Yeah, it was a big tick for the footy club, the program, Andrew, what he's trying to do as well. So to get a 2-time premiership player to come from the premiers to the club that's in a rejuvenation stage that we are was a big tick for us. So no, really excited. Very specific about the types we wanted to bring in positions, but also an age demographic too. So Brandon's proven at the level he can come into our back 6, back 7, and really show the way for a lot of the young guys that are down there and add some extra steel to Jinby and Baker and Edwards and these sorts of guys, and obviously Young coming in as well. So it was a big tick for the footy club.
Just on Young, I mean, Tyler Young from the Tigers, you knew him well, obviously, at the Richmond Footy Club, but do you feel like your 6 or 7 in defence now is really settled and you build from there under Mini?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we obviously with Tom Barras going out last year and obviously losing one of the greats of our footy club during the year in Jeremy McGovern, there's always a thought of we're going to replace Gov. You can't replace Jeremy McGovern, it's as simple as that, but we needed to bring in some types that could actually assist in those areas. So Youngie is one we've been looking at. We've been looking at key backs across the competition, and there were a number there that we thought were accessible, and Youngie was probably one of those. So we're really excited what he can bring in. He's obviously hasn't played a lot of AFL footy because he started late in his career, but we think that what he can add to those other guys and Starcevic coming in as well is pretty exciting for our back line.
We just had Jason Cripps on the show and asked him about Callum Archie, and he said that they'll do their work on it. Do you have any interest in Cal Archie as a pre-season draft option, given you would have number one pick if you happen to open it?
We'll probably have a chat about it. We had a quick chat about it last night, but it's highly unlikely. We probably had some dialogue with Ben during the year about where Callum was at, whether he was going to stay at the Lions or have a look around. But we're pretty specific about the types we're going after, and we think we've achieved at least two of those in Brandon and Tyler. So, it's highly unlikely we'll pursue Cal. He's pretty keen to get to Adelaide and understand why, so it'd be unlikely that we go there.
Now, I've nearly moved on from the trade period, Matt. I've got about 54 minutes left to go, and then it's all about the Phantom Draft. And I'm looking ahead and I'm thinking pick 1 and pick 2. Duffma, yes. Is Willem Dersma and Cooper Duff-Tyler, are they maybe going to be your guys?
They're names that have shown some really strong form for the whole year, haven't they? Like, they've both performed really well for their clubs, for their states, played some really good VFL footy, as a number of other guys do. So, yeah, boys are working pretty hard on what the rankings look like coming up to the draft. We'll have a bit of a catch-up in a couple of weeks and try and work through the last little bit of that, hopefully. So, yeah, they're highly talented individuals and great young fellas. So, yeah, I'm sure they'll be in the mix for clubs that are in that sort of first to sixth sort of bracket, you would think.
Yep.
Well, Matt, thanks for your time, both today and across the last fortnight. You've been very generous with it. Good luck leading into the draft. You're in a very strong position with picks 1 and 2, so all the best for the lead up to the draft.
Thanks, boys. Good luck.
That was Matt Clark, West Coast's list boss. You got Duffman 1 and 2?
Yeah, I've been pretty solid on that one for a while. So, look, there's always opportunities for others to come in. Xavier Taylor had a great finish to the year after what was a great season from him. Sully Roby has pushed up the ranks. Dyson Sharp's form throughout the past 3 years really has put him right into the mix of being a top 5 pick. But I think in talent and spread and what you need, I think Willem Dersma will be heading to West Coast. It's probably more just, I think the Cooper Duff-Tyler one maybe is, I wouldn't say as certain, but nothing certain a month out anyway, but that's the way I'm looking at it, yeah.
All right, we are going to go from one West Australian club to another, and Fremantle footy boss Joe Bry is about to join us in just a little bit. They got Judd McVie through the doors, of course. They completed that trade relatively early in the trade period. It's a pretty amicable deal, that one. Will Brodie leaves the club, even though he was contracted for another year to get to Port Adelaide. That trade going through for pick 103. We need to ask Joe if he's going to use that selection. And then Liam Reedy, of course, gets to Carlton as well. It was the first deal done of this year's trade period, Liam Reedy heading off to the Blues. But I think they're in a really strong position now. They showed some great signs in 2025 under Justin Longmuir to obviously return to finals. I know they got knocked out in that first final against Gold Coast, but their list is in such a strong position already. I feel like they've got one of the best midfields in the competition with Caleb Sarong and Bray Shaw and Hayden Young going through there, and Luke Jackson as well, and Sean Darcy in that ruck partnership. So to add Judd McVie, another piece in their back line, I think they're primed for a really big season in 2026.
They didn't have to do too much. And Judd McVie, it's funny, like they had interest throughout the year, but it really was until he said, I want to move, that interest picked up properly. So the Judd McVie deal got done really early, and then they put their feet up.
They certainly did. All right, let's get to Fremantle's footy boss, Joe Bry, who joins us on the line now. Joe, thanks for coming on Gettable.
No worries, gents. Thanks for having me.
Might start there with the only acquisition for the football club, but a pretty good one in Judd McVie. What are you hopeful of him bringing to the club, and how did that interest develop across the course of the year?
Yeah, look, you're spot on. He obviously adds a fair bit to our back half, and someone that we've been speaking to throughout the year. And I think gradually for him, it grew, the opportunity to come and join Freo and the role that he could play in our side. But to get back around family and friends. So he adds a fair bit to our side, and really excited for him to join the Purple.
You ended up being a bit of a circuit breaker early in the period as well for the West Coast and Starcevich deal, trading out pick 12 for 19 and 24, I think it was, or around that, whatever it ended up being after the moving around. But and then that pick went on to Melbourne. How keen were you to just get it done and move on?
Yeah, look, conversations are really good with Melbourne. Wolsey obviously led that, and it became really clear what it looked like to get Judd to us. So don't think we've done a trade. We were already involved with West Coast for a while, so it was nice to be able to get that done pretty early and ultimately bring Judd in. And we feel like that early second round was about right and a good fit, and allows us to stay at the end of the first round as well. So it's pleasing to be able to bring in some more talent into the side next year, and obviously had a great result last year with Murphy around that pick 17. So we think that there's still some great talent at pick 20.
Pretty good player, Murphy Reid, Riley. Just want to say.
Yes, Cal has been all over Murphy Reid for a long time now.
I don't know how he got to pick 7. I'm still shaking my head. Do you feel like you got every piece covered now, Joe, in terms of this list build? Is it all there?
Yeah, look, Wolsey's done a magnificent job with our recruiting and list management team. And when you look at the balance across the ground, we feel like we've got the right key pillars in place now that obviously allow us to have more flexibility. I think that's something that we're looking to evolve as well, to have in-game flexibility and moving the pieces around. You look at the likes of Jackson and Bolton coming into the side and the flexibility they add, but even a fit Hayden Young, whether he plays inside or can go forward and go to half-back, and even Judd and what he might do in the future and getting up the ground. So definitely feel like we've built a list that can obviously play a lot of footy together as they mature. And look, Jago Amir is going to be our oldest player on our list at 31, but that cohort from 22 through to 28, we feel like is a really talented playing group and can take us forward and continue to grow. And they're the players that probably sat in most of our games this year, and their footy will just continue to evolve.
Can I ask, the Kalachi deal obviously didn't go through. You've got a selection before Adelaide's in that pre-season draft if you choose to go that way. Have you had a discussion as a footy club as to whether or not he'd be a player of interest to you?
Yeah, look, he hasn't been someone that we considered at this point in time, and we'll go through all that process and have a thorough review of the trade period and then look at what our preparation looks like for the draft and ultimately our list makeup. So we've still got a fair bit of flexibility in how we design our list, whether that's your 36 and 6 in the rookie, or we can shift that up to 38 and 4. So we'll look at all those opportunities, but it isn't something that we've considered at this point in time.
And just quickly, the big question on everyone's lips, what are the plans with pick 103?
Look, it's still there, so it's good to have. So look, obviously a fair bit of commentary around that, and both Reedy and Brodie, the opportunity for them to go and play the senior footy was really important to them, and we feel like our midfield depth is in a good place, and Murphy Reid in future being able to get through there as well, and the growth of Erasmus and Johnson in the future too. So look, it's an opportunity for us to take that second pick in this draft in particular, and then ultimately frees up some space for us in the future and what we're looking to do in future player movement periods, but also the importance of retention of some of our players.
Well, Joe, the list looks like it's in a great spot, and it's been bolstered by the addition of Judd McVie during this year's trade period. So thanks for your time and good luck over the course of 2026.
No worries, gents. Thanks for having me.
Joe Bry, Fremantle's footy boss there. We are about to get to the Bombers in just a little second, Cal. Fair bit to ask them, isn't there?
There is, yeah. And Craig Voslo, the CEO of the football club as well, speaking for the first time since that deal did not go through with Zach Merritt last night. So the fallout is going to be significant. If someone told you this was the board 6 weeks ago and you just woke up from a 6-week nap, you'd say that looks about normal.
Yeah, okay.
But clearly there's been so much more happening at the Essendon Footy Club over the past 6 weeks.
So talk us through, what was the deal at the end of the day? I mean,
well, Hawthorn made its final offer, and that was picks 10 and 22 this year, a future first-round pick, and Henry Huswaite for Zach Merritt and a future third-round pick. Essendon would have moved, I think, if pick 10, pick 22, a 2026 first-round pick was tabled, and a 2027 first-round pick was tabled as well. So it would have been 4 first-round picks for Zach Merritt, but Hawthorn did not want to do that deal.
Well, joining us on the line now is Essendon Chief Executive Craig Voslo. He joins us on the phone. Craig, thanks for coming on Gettable.
Pleasure, guys. Good to be here.
Let's start, obviously, with Zach Merritt. Can you just talk us through your perspective of it as a football club and how it played out, not only yesterday, but across the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, so we've talked very openly around how Zach is a champion of our club, and he's someone that we had very high value on in terms of retaining at our club and using every effort to do that as a contracted player. So that was very, very specific and made very clear from day one as being a key objective.
Was it clear to Hawthorn throughout this process as well, even through Zach's management, that a good quality player had to be involved in any potential deal if you were going to move?
Yeah, so our position was number 1, 2 and 3 was retaining Zach. No doubt at all. When, out of respect for Zach, he expressed his view around a preference to get to Hawthorn, which he made clear, I think, early this week. We had discussions, and certainly those discussions involved mature players.
Was any other than Henry Hustwaite ever offered?
No.
Okay.
No.
We
received, from a timeline perspective, the first contact we had from Hawthorn was about 30 hours before the deadline, with a first and final offer, which had a 7-hour deadline, and that contained Henry, without certainly in any way demeaning Henry. He's a very good footballer, but he wasn't going to shift the dial on in the context of this transaction.
What did you make of the 7 p.m. deadline that night?
Look, I guess I was disappointed in the way that was presented. To make it clear, yeah, it was an unusual way to go about things, particularly in the context of someone of Zach's ilk. He's an outstanding player, a great person, and they knew he was contracted and very important to us.
Given Zach's desire to leave the football club over the last couple of weeks and get to Hawthorn, and given Hawthorn's willingness to pursue Zach throughout this process, were you surprised we got to a point where 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoon leading into the deadline day and a bid hadn't actually landed for Zach Merritt?
Yeah, I was, to be honest. But we all go about our business in different ways, and that's the way they decided to approach it. Yeah, I was surprised, very surprised.
He stays at the football club now, obviously. How much work at Essendon now needs to go on to help Zach reintegrate ahead of returning both for pre-season training and then going into the 2026 season on the other side of Christmas?
Yeah, that'll be a priority for sure. I mean, taking emotion out of everything, I think that's really important. The primary reason we wanted to retain Zach is because of his quality, both as a person and a player. So we'll take steps to do that. I think taking some steam out of it over the coming few weeks is an important thing as well. And then obviously there'll be contact in that period, but yeah, I don't see that as being a problem. Every one of our players has a very high respect for, and staff have high respect for Zach, and know the professional that he is, and will use every effort to make the transition back in comfortable at his footy club.
Have you spoken to Zach yet this morning or last night, Craig?
No, I haven't, not yet. I thought I'd give it a bit of space. Certainly have been in contact with him by text and regularly, and I've obviously been talking to his management regularly as well, but I'll check in soon as well.
Was this as much around what the deal looked like as also taking a bit of a stand and a principle in keeping a captain and your best player? Would it have mattered too much about what the deal needed to get to?
So when you break it all down, our objectives going into the period were to bring in some mature talent, talented players into the group to support our younger guys, and we got Braden Fiorini through the door, and I'm sure you'll talk to that soon. Preserve and enhance our draft hand wherever we could, but really importantly, retain our best players, and Zach is our best player. And we've made that clear. I mean, it's pretty obvious, and we've also made that clear publicly as well. So that was an important strategic objective, and important that we carried through. But as I said earlier, out of respect for Zach and his comments as well that he's made public, we did explore various alternatives with Hawthorn in the last 30-odd hours of the trade period.
Just the last one on Zach from me, Craig. Can he be captain in 2026?
Well, we'll go through our normal process for captaincy in the new year. Once the dust settles and Zach's reintegrated into the group, and we'll work that through. It's a very high honour to captain a football club, as you both know, and there's processes. The normal processes will be followed, and we'll see what they deliver.
You mentioned Braden Fiorini. He was the inclusion, adds to your wing stocks, comes in as a 28-year-old who can play straight away and add some leadership as well to the group. I'm interested, though, Foz, to ask you about your draft hand, because we just had Matt Clark on the show, and he's got pick 1 and pick 2. Do you guys look to bundle up and trade up the order, or are you happy staying put with your selections as is?
Definitely looking at ways to compress, looking at ways to move up. The boys are all over that. So both methods, and I'm sure they've started the phone calls with Clarkey, being inundated, and hopefully we get some productive times with those.
Well, Craig, you've been very generous with your time. It's been a big couple of weeks for the football club. Good luck over the next few months leading into the 2026 season.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
That was Craig Vozzo, Essendon's chief executive. And we might go straight from Craig Vozzo to Michael Regan, who is the list boss at the Western Bulldogs, and he joins us over Zoom. Michael, thanks for coming on Gettable.
No worries, Riley. Cal, how are you? Had any sleep? Or
struggled a bit last night. It was a big afternoon, wasn't it?
It was.
We might start. You got the one deal done yesterday, and that was sending Jamar Ugle-Hagan to the Western Bulldogs. Obviously, for the football club, it would have been an unfortunate way for Jamar's time at the club to end, given he was the number 1 pick back in 2020. Talk to us through how this played out and eventuated, both not only yesterday, but across the last couple of months.
Yeah, so Sam Power and I talked to it a fair bit yesterday, but for Jamar, it was a chance for him to resurrect his career, and for us, it was a chance to give Jamar that opportunity. Obviously, been with the club since he was 15 through the NGA, so whenever anything finishes the way that this is finished, is there things that you wish had have changed or different things you wish you could have got out of a deal? Probably, but in the end, the best thing for all parties involved was for Jamar to cease his obligations to the Western Bulldogs Football Club and get on with the rest of his career. And we wish him all the best.
The other hanging one yesterday, Regs, was Buku Karmas. Can you tell us about how this one played out in the final moments? It felt like he was a little bit of the collateral damage to the Charlie Curnow taking forever to get done until those final few minutes, and he being caught up in that.
Look, from our perspective, Cal, from the start of Buku asking to explore his opportunities, we're really, A, supportive of that, but B, also really clear of what we would accept in a trade, and that didn't change from our perspective. So obviously for Carlton, they had a fair bit going on and their priorities lay elsewhere, which we respect. And they did throw some stuff at us that didn't get to the level of what we had said and were consistent with all along. So unfortunately, sometimes these things happen, especially when there is a deal of that magnitude going through, and we respect Carlton's right to do that, and we welcome Buku back with open arms.
Just on Buku, we spoke to you on Trade Radio, I think it was last Friday, and you mentioned that the club had tried pretty aggressively to recontract him midway through the season. Obviously, he's going to be a free agent in 2026. Do you try and do that again over the course of the next 12 months and lock him into the Western Bulldogs long term?
We'll let all that settle and let Buku get back around his teammates and see how the year unfolds. But, anyone who's at our club who's performing well and is part of the fabric of the Western Bulldogs footy club, who Buku has been, we would obviously try and re-sign and explore that as the year goes on.
And inclusion was Connor Buderick. He must have been a player that really fits your mould in terms of that halfback run. What do you see in him?
We see a lot in Connor, obviously having played a number of roles for the Gold Coast as well, and it's a little bit of a compliment to him, to be honest, that they brought in some halfbacks who they decided to move into that role and then found another role for him forward, recognising that he's got attributes and versatility. For us, it's really clear. We see him as a defender with speed and an ability to give us drive out of the back half. Has an existing relationship with Luke Power from their AFL Academy days, and that versatility is something that we might explore as it goes along, but it's pretty clear for us that he adds to our back half with a defensive, speedy physicality and an intent to defend, as well as a very good ball user coming out.
You had a fairly big crack at Cal Wilkie to start this year's trade period and lead up to the trade period. You weren't linked to any other key defenders right the way through. Is it something that could still emerge on your radar ahead of both the pre-season draft, the rookie draft, or the SSP period?
We'll be open to that, but the part of your question that I'd pick up on there is the fact that there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and we did have a look at a few others and did get into some pretty meaningful conversations with a few others. And from our perspective, commenting and getting those things out doesn't really serve a great amount of value. But for our fans, the message is that there was a fair bit going on behind the scenes, and Callum wasn't the only player that we approached. So now the reasons for why they didn't happen are layered and multifaceted, but there's also a longer term strategy involved in both those approaches and how we're looking at key back. And, sometimes getting these things out hurts your ability to maybe look at them again in 12 months. So first part of your question, SSP, yes, that's something that we'll explore at some level, but we have to make sure that whoever we bring in is going to make a meaningful impact for the football club. So that will be the lens that we look at that through. And yeah, there's a much longer term strategy at play, and we may not see the fruits of that labour until next trade period or even the trade period after, but we want to make sure that we're aggressive in looking at top-end talent.
Well, Michael, you've been very generous with your time across the last couple of weeks. Thanks for joining us on Gettable.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
So that was Michael Regan there, the Western Bulldogs list boss. Now, Cal, you mentioned there that Cal Wilkie wasn't the only key defender they had a crack at. I'm led to believe they had a fairly significant play at Adelaide's Mark Kane during the trade period. He was an All-Australian squad member in 2025. That was quickly shut down. But I think together with a play for Cal Wilkie, it shows that they were only really keen on trying, pardon the pun, they were only really keen on trying to get top-tier key defenders to the football club, not just any key defender. They wanted guys that could really upgrade their stocks down back.
Was that a bit of a counter-strike to the Crows' assault on Riley Sanders? Or we shouldn't say assault, but their inquiries about Riley Sanders and interest there?
I think it might have been raised in terms of if Riley Sanders goes one way, this is the player that the Western Bulldogs would like going the other way. Of course, Mark Keane now contracted through till 2028, so it would have been hard to see a way where the Crows were willing to part ways with Mark Keane, but he's got another 3 years to go on his contract. But that just goes to show the level of how much the Western Bulldogs were trying to throw some pretty targeted offers to key defenders around the competition. All right, this is Gettable, your home of trade and draft. It's thanks to Google. It's also thanks to Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. We've got plenty more still to come on the other side of this quick break.
Gettable on AFL Trade Radio. Your home of everything trade and draft thanks to Google and Ream. Built tough for Aussie conditions. Ask your plumber for Australia's favourite and install a Ream.
This Friday is Walk for Epilepsy Double Donation Day. 1 in 25 Aussies are diagnosed with epilepsy, and this Friday, your donation's impact is doubled. Thanks to sponsors Nexon Asia Pacific and UCB, all donations made at walkforepilepsy.org.au will be matched up to $112,000. All donations help develop tailored epilepsy support services and fund research into finding a cure. Donate to the Walk for Epilepsy for Double Impact this Friday at walkforepilepsy.org.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we have an unprecedented offer of 30 great new tiles, all under $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, come in and save on our exclusive 30 under 30 promotion. They are without doubt the best value tiles in the market today. So rush into National Tiles now and save on our exclusive 30 new tiles under $30. National Tiles, the guaranteed lowest price quality tiles in Australia.
Looking for a trusted mechanic who can expertly service your vehicle? At Repco Authorised Service, we've got you covered. Our nationwide network of independently owned workshops proudly use and recommend Penrite Oil, Australian family owned and operated for 100 years. From daily drives to cherished classics, Repco Authorised Service and Penrite can help keep your car running at its best. So no matter what you drive, book your next service online today at repcoservice.com. Repco Authorised Service, your local mechanic, backed by Repco.
BP service station ahead.
At BP, you'll find value at every turn, from quality fuel like BP Ultimate that helps protect your engine for the long run. Or 3 for $10 mix and save deals on your favourite drinks and snacks. Earn BP points or Qantas points with BP Rewards and get every 5th Wild Bean Cafe coffee free. Whatever reason you turn into BP, you'll find value at every turn. Participating sites only. See bp.com.au/turn-in for full T's and C's.
One weekend, 2 leagues, everything basketball and culture. Hoops Fest is coming back to Perth. The ultimate celebration of basketball is back in WA for the 2nd straight year. Don't miss blockbuster Hungry Jacks, NBL and WNBL matchups across 4 unforgettable days. Hoops Fest, the ultimate fusion of sport, culture, music and entertainment. January 15 to 18, 2026 in Perth. Tickets available now at hoopsfest.com.au.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, chicken breast fillets, skin off, only $7.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
Gold!
Farm 88 yearling beef Scotch fillet steak, only $48.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
At Energy Educators, we're making it easy for eligible Victorians to claim their split system air conditioner and installation through the Victoria Energy Upgrade Program. Just get onto the Energy Educators website and check your eligibility for generous rebates on split systems. An automated quoting tool allows you to find your existing heater type and room size and your brand new energy efficient split system. Go to energyeducators.com.au and start saving big.
You're listening to Trade Radio for Continental Tyres. Trade up to Continental Tyres. Engineered in Germany, proven in Australia. Search Continental Tyres today.
You are watching Gettable on Continental Tyres AFL Trade Radio. Continental Tyres, they're engineered in Germany, but where are they proven, Cal?
In Australia.
In Australia, of course they are.
Yep.
We're about to chat to Geelong's footy boss, Andrew Mackie, in just a little bit. Of course, they had one of the deals that collapsed, one of the 4 deals that collapsed on the deadline day in the trade period. So, of course, we know Cal Archie didn't go down. We know Zach Merritt didn't go down. We know Buku Karmas didn't get down. But Geelong had pursued Rowan Marshall pretty significantly right the way through the trade period, and a deal didn't eventuate there. St Kilda have been pretty steadfast right the way through, you'd say. This offer evolved in a number of ways. So pick 19 was tabled day 1 of the trade period. It was then taken off the table in about day 4 or 5 of the trade period. It returned to the table on deadline day. What was the final offer for Rowan Marshall?
We're about to find out, aren't we, to see which way the Cats took this and their interest in and how that overlapped with their interest in Charlie Curnow as well throughout the period.
So Andrew Mackie will join us in just a little bit. They did get one deal done across the trade period. James Worpel joined on a 4-year free agency deal from Hawthorn. I'm sure he'll be hoping to follow in the footsteps of Isaac Smith and one day become a Norm Smith medal winner in a premiership winning side. That pretty hard path to follow. But Patrick Rechko left on deadline day as well. As we've mentioned, he went to the Richmond Football Club in exchange for pick 99.
They're not going anywhere, are they, the Cats?
No, of course not.
They're not going anywhere.
Well, this is what, and we've debated this a lot of times on the show over the last couple of weeks in terms of where their future picks would have lied if they had have traded them to Carlton for Charlie Curnow. They're a top 4 team. They've always been a top 4 team. It's just simply what they do. It's ingrained in their DNA that they will finish in the top 4 every year. And in the end, I think in their pursuit, particularly of Charlie Curnow, they'll probably a victim of their own success a little bit.
Well, this is a bit what has happened now with the future trading. You have to obviously predict what the future is going to hold and what it's going to look like. And the best teams offering future picks don't become as valuable to other teams. And that's almost what happened in the Merritt case, isn't it?
Yeah.
You go back to that and pick 10 probably gets shoved back 3 or 4 spots. Pick 22 probably gets moved back a couple of spots. And then next year's future pick as well, 2026 with Zach Merritt, the Hawthorn Footy Club, well, it's going to be a pick about 20-odd as well. So that's where you have to take these things into account.
All right, plenty to get through with Andrew Mackie, and the Geelong footy boss joins us on the line. Andrew, thanks for coming on Gettable.
No worries, Ray. How are you?
Not bad, mate. Let's start with Rowan Marshall. Obviously, you made another attempt to lure him to the football club on deadline day. Talk to us about how these chats with St Kilda and his manager, Dave Trotter, progressed across the course of Wednesday.
Yeah, look, we had a few goes at it, to be honest. We'd had conversations with Stephen Silvani. They it seemed to pivot throughout the period. The opening day, we're open to hearing something. Tried to sort of find out what a deal looked like. They're a bit vague on that. And then sort of Thursday, I reckon, sort of said they weren't trading him. But once a player commits to your footy club, as Rowan did, we wanted to see that out and make sure we had a good crack at him. So we kept going up until the deadline, and unfortunately wasn't able to happen. But, these things happen when you've got contracted players. It is a big chance that that's the way it plays out, but not through a lack of trying.
So day one, as you say, Andrew, the pick 19 was on the table. What do you feel changed in that period?
It's a good question. Yeah, you'd have to ask the Saints, whether they were doing it at all throughout that period or what their intention was. But we were clear on ours, and they would have been clear on our intention to bring Rowan in. What
was the best offer in the end, and how close did you get to maybe moving them, do you feel, in the final minutes or moments?
No, it was a good deal. It was, what do you think was a good deal? It just felt like in the end they just made their mind up. They weren't trading no matter what. So, we probably offered up more than we thought we were going to, but in the end we wanted to bring a player in. It's unfortunate it didn't happen for Rowan. Would have loved that. No, we're really confident with what our list is going to be going forward.
You had overlapping chases in some ways, given the interest that was real and significant in Charlie Curnow, and Charlie Curnow's interest that was real and significant in Geelong. Did you weigh up another play for him on Wednesday through that deadline day as things continued to stall between that Sydney and Carlton talks?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. We once again, when a player like Charlie, when you feel like you are a chance, you want to try and have a go at that too. So yeah, we spend a lot of time on both those players. You always got to be ambitious in your thinking and how you go about these things. And like I said, today we look back and know we did have a crack. Fell short. Ultimately, Charlie gets done to the Swans. So good luck to him. And Rowan stays where he is. But we did keep discussing that.
Would it have been
right up to last night?
Would it have been easier to get Charlie across the line, do you think, if he'd nominated the Cats?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. It just whether Carlton wanted to do that anyway, or whether there's lots to go into that. He's represented really well. He's got a great management group. These things. We felt committed as a club once Rowan Marshall committed to us that we would see that out, and that's what we did. So often that's how it plays out.
When you say you considered it again on deadline day with Charlie Curnow, did it eventuate to another offer, or was it just a consideration internally at the Cats?
Yeah, ongoing conversations about how we would do it. Obviously, we weren't getting anywhere with St Kilda. We wouldn't have left Rowan Marshall hanging, that's for sure. That doesn't mean you don't thrash this stuff out until there's no chance of it happening. So we spend a lot of time. It's amazing where your discussions go and the time spent on things that ultimately doesn't happen. But that's where you make the magic, I suppose. Those discussions, and every now and then you nail something.
Patrick Rechko wasn't the biggest name to move in the trade period, but he might have been the most surprising. We spoke to Blair Hartley before, who said he didn't expect it to happen on deadline day. Did you have any indication that this was a trade that could go through as you were driving to Marvel Stadium on Wednesday afternoon?
No, zero. But rap that it did. Like he was unfortunately him and Xavier Ivicic victim of sort of lift spots, and we're quite tight for list spots at the minute, and he did a great job in his first year, Pat. And we told him that it was unfortunate. It was a victim of the circumstance of the AFL rules. You got to transition your list. He was out of contract, rookie list, and we're tight. So Rap, not surprised that another club showed interest, and Rap that the player gets some certainty and doesn't sit around for another month and wait. So it's great that the Tigers can get him in and introduce him and get moving. So that was a win-win-win all around.
Just a quick one on Ron Marshall before we finish up on him. He's got 2 years left to go on his deal. Reece Stanley has signed on for next year, of course, at the footy club. Do you go again on Rowan, do you think, next year?
Oh, well, there's plenty to work out between now and then. But, he's a good guy. We caught up once and he'd fit in well down here. But, unfortunately, it didn't happen last night. And, there's lots of time between now and then. Lots of things can happen. You know that.
Yep, absolutely. And given the interest in Charlie Curnow, Rowan Marshall, that those guys don't come cheap, it suggests that there's room to move for the Cats as well. Next year, there's a couple of headline free agents. Zach Butters is out there. I don't know if you've heard about his contract status at all. And Sam Walsh as well, who happens to come from a town pretty close to the footy club. Are you going to be pretty proactive again next year?
Always, Cal. Yeah, always. We're look, lucky enough. We got a club that we've got to keep making sure that we're doing things that makes it players want to come and play for us, and that's what we try and make sure we commit to every day when we walk in. That's what the environment is that we try and create, and we feel like we've got a great town to come and do our work. So really excited about what that could be in the next year or two and beyond that.
Just one more contract one, Andrew, in terms of the coach. How close is he now to signing on?
Very. Just walked a few laps with him this morning. He's, it's all very close. Steve Hocking and Liam Pickering doing a fair bit of work with that, but Scotty's committed, and I think the final details just getting thrashed out. But it's exciting for everyone. We had some great news throughout the week too. There's lots of ways you can improve your footy department and club in general, and to be able to bring Nathan Buckley in over that period was a big get for us, and excited. We had a couple hour meeting with Nathan last Thursday, and he's just a coach in waiting. You can tell that he's got it all in front of him once again. So we're just going to be rapt to have him in our footy club, and looking forward to what he brings. But a lot of excitement down here, and obviously Warple comes in as a free agent. So looking forward to everyone having a rest and get back into it when they come back.
I was just going to ask you that before we do let you go on Bucks. Like, how does that idea pop up? Because it's a huge get. It was one of the surprises off the trade period. It had nothing to do with the trade period. Just drop a little bomb there on Twitter, the Geelong Cats Twitter account. But no one had seen that coming. So how quickly does that move, and how does an idea like that come up?
Yeah, look, Scotty, Hock and myself spend a lot of time. Bit what I was saying before, like you cover a lot of territory and thought bubbles and sort of spitballing, and a lot of it's junk. But every now and then, there is a nugget. We were floating lots of ideas about what we should do with our coaching department, and more broadly than that, across the whole footy department and players and whatever else we cover. But it did get mentioned. It clearly, we sensed Bucks had an appetite, and from the first text that Scotty got back and the engagement and then the couple-hour meeting that we had last Thursday, you could tell he's got big things in front of him. We all know that, like the way he talks, and he's now around the game. But it moved quickly from there. Once we caught up, we were clear that we wanted to bring him in, and to his credit, he made some things move at his end, because clearly he's got a lot going on in his life. He's in a great spot with it all, with the media and whatever else he has. So moved quickly. We're really excited. He's going to be a great addition to our group, to work alongside a couple of other guys who are doing a great job themselves, in James Kelly and James Rowley and Nigel Lappin.
Well, Andrew, you look after one of the most successful clubs in the business, and you're primed to go again in 2026. You've been very generous with your time across the last couple of weeks. Thanks for joining us on Gettable.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
Andrew Mackie there, the footy boss of the Cats. All right, we've got one more club, Kel. One more club.
Rattled through.
Might have saved the best to last in Melbourne, because they got a lot of stuff done during the trade period. So let's just have a look at it. In Max Heath, Chanquoth Jiath, Brodie Myercheck and Jack Steele, which was a surprise on deadline day. Their interest in Jack Steele emerging around midday. They managed to get that deal over the line. They lost some pretty good talent, though, as well. Judd McVie, who they would have been very disappointed to lose, having had a 2-year deal on the table for him to stay at the football club. Clayton Oliver, of course, heads off to GWS. Christian Petrarca goes to Gold Coast, and Charlie Spargo headed to North Melbourne relatively early in the trade period as a free agent. We are joined on the line now by Melbourne's list boss, Tim Lamb. Lammy, thanks for coming on Gettable.
G'day, Riley. G'day, Carl. How are you guys?
Very well, thanks. It was a very busy deadline day for you. You got the deals done for Clayton Oliver and Christian Petrarca, sending them to other clubs, but of course you moved for Chanquoth Jiath and Jack Steele. Talk to us about how your deadline day eventuated. I can imagine you would have been a hectic few hours for you.
Yeah, it was. Always sort of can be when things go late. We were really well planned, though. We had a strategy going into the last day that we thought we could execute with all the work we'd done in the lead up to it. And in the end, we're thrilled with the result for our footy club. We think it's really set us up short, medium and long term.
So picks 7 and 8 come in, Tim, as well as a future first-round pick. That gives you 8 first-round picks over the course of 4 seasons. Is this the nucleus that you build your next flag side on?
Yeah, it is, Carl, but also combined with we're not we're in it to have a real crack at it straight away as well. Hence the decisions around Brodie and Jack Steele. We think they're going to be wonderful additions that are going to impact on field for us next year and the next couple of years, and also they'll have a legacy piece with the help that they'll give our young guys. We're really mindful of Tasmania coming in. You know, there's some talk about this draft being a little bit compromised, and there are some talented academy boys near the top end. If you look at what will happen in the 2027 draft, which is likely to be Tasmania's first, Tassie are going to have the opportunity to pre-list 17-year-olds before that draft, and they'll have a number of the first round assigned to them. So we thought it was really, really important to jump into these drafts as heavily as we could. As you say, we'll have 8 first-rounders in a full period, and that'll really set us up. Combined with the elite talent we've already got on our list and the young guys, that middle range tier that are coming through, we think leaves us in a really great position.
Jack Steele had been told to explore his opportunities if he wanted that full-time midfield role. And to the point of only a couple of days ago, and been steadfast on staying at St Kilda. How did you win him over to looking around? Because essentially you've used a future third-round pick on him. You got a future third-round pick in for Clayton Oliver. So in some ways it's a bit transactional there. But how did you win Jack over?
Yeah, well, it only came about quite late, as you say, Carl, and it sort of materialised once the Clayton deal sort of took shape and it looked like it was realistic that Clayton would be moving on. And again, I just want to I think it's important as a club to thank both Christian and Clayton for what they've done. As I've said a couple of times now, they're greats of our footy club. They're both going to be Hall of Famers. So I just want to thank them both again publicly for what they've done for our club. But once it sort of really looked like Clays might be a realistic chance of that deal happening, we felt that whilst we've got what we think is an elite group of young midfielders, it's a tough role playing in the AFL, and you need help. And Jack's a 29-year-old All-Australian, best and fairest winning captain of a club. So we spoke to Jack Tuesday morning. What day is it today? Thursday? Yeah, Tuesday morning. And then had some more conversations during the afternoon with him, and some of our leaders got involved in talking to Jack, which I think was important. He did his own research on us and the environment at our footy club. I think he was really impressed by Stephen, our new coach, and Nathan Jones, the midfield coach. Then he did his work on us like we do on him, and we're lucky enough we did medical Wednesday morning, and he actually committed to the club about 12:30, 1 o'clock yesterday.
Right.
What about Chanquoth Jiath as well? Because that was another one that seemed like it developed late. Can you talk us through how the interest in CJ evolved?
Yeah, so after, as you rightfully pointed out, Ryan, we were disappointed that Juddy McVie moved on. We were looking in the market for someone who could provide that real run-off halfback. We tracked CJ really closely. His best footy is at halfback. He's aware of that. Hawthorn have got a lot of good players in that area of the ground, which saw CJ moved up to the wing, which I don't think I know he doesn't think and we don't think is his best footy. His best footy is behind the ball. Kingy, the way we're going to play our footy, is really excited to have someone with his athletic capabilities and bounce off half-back. Like, he's an elite endurance athlete, elite speed, agility, power. He's sort of got it all athletically. And his footy early this year, even at half-back, was outstanding. So it also gives us some flexibility with Trent Rivers, who we think's got huge scope around the ball as well as in the back line. So right age group at 26 years of age, got a lot of good footy ahead of him, really sorted his body issues out, which bit of a credit to Hawthorn on that one as well. They've done a good job there. So we're pumped to have CJ in.
Can I just ask, Lemmy, you mentioned before that you think Christian and Clayton will rightfully be Hall of Famers at the Melbourne Footy Club. They obviously depart. You got Tholstrup and Windsor in a couple of years ago. You got Lindsay and Langford in last year. 2 more first-round picks this year. But you said you want to still challenge. How difficult as a list manager is it to balance focusing on the future while still being competitive under a first-year coach in 2026?
Yeah, you're right, Riley. It is a balancing act. And you know, the person who was 100% on board and behind us with all his decisions was Kingy. It's his footy club now. We've got a new president coming on board in Steve Smith, taking over from Greeny, who's done a brilliant job. New CEO in Paul Guerra, new coach in Stephen King. And Kingy's he's thrilled with what we've done over the last couple of weeks. He's super excited by our talent, super excited by the new guys that we've brought in. So he thinks we can really bounce next year with a bit of a tweak to how we play and a bit of a tweak to the environment. So it is a balancing act. You got to have an eye to everything. At the end of the day, though, we're in it to try and win premierships, and we think what we've done has set us up to help us win our next premiership. That's the whole sole focus that we've got.
So now Jason Taylor gets even more to work, Tim. Up until last night, he didn't have a first-round pick. Now he's got 2. What's the view on the top 10 pool and who might be available? Yeah, well, probably not going to give you the name, Carl. But
go on then. Go on. Are
you happy with that group though? And it's a different sort of draft to the last couple of years.
Yeah, it is. But in the early part of this draft, we're super excited about. There's some elite talent running around that we're going to get access to. So we're pumped. Our supporters should be pumped. As you say, add them to Caleb and Colt and Zave and Harv over the last few years. Another 2 really early selections. Again, and these guys, you know, the early picks can tend to jump in and have an impact a bit quicker just through their talent levels. They're generally more athletic. So they go early in the draft. So we think it's going to be a really exciting time for us. It's going to put pressure on for spots. We've got terrific depth with the addition of some of, Checkers coming into play. Deep forward, he's going to be brilliant for us. You know, he kicks 40 goals pretty much every year. He's going to be a great help for Jacob Van Roy and Matty Jefferson, Luca Kenfield, Aiden Johnson. So we think by what we've done, we've created some depth, brought in some experience, also added more exciting young talent that's going to keep us in contention for a long time.
You're always one of the most proactive clubs with your draft picks. You've got another future one on board now, as well as those 7 and 8. Could you get moving in the lead up to the next 6 weeks, or are you pretty comfortable with where you are?
Yeah, look, you never know, Riley. As you say, we'll look at every opportunity. We think we're pretty happy to have the picks again next year. So I think they would, at this stage, I'd probably stay unless something, popped up that would make us do it. But we're always open to looking at anything we can with our draft picks that'll help us.
All right, well, Lemmy, good luck in the lead up to that draft for both you and Jason Taylor with picks 7 and 8 up your sleeve. Now, thanks for joining us on Gettable.
Thanks, boys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Steve. That was Tim Lamb, Melbourne's list boss. Cal, we've got a few minutes to go. Have you ever seen a trade period like it? I mean, in the sense of the amount of contracted players that were trying to get out, the amount of captains that tried and some did get out of their football clubs.
So what was the captain score?
Jack Steele, Oscar Allen, Jai Simpkin tried. Clearly, Zach Merritt tried.
Yep.
We had 4 players that ultimately didn't get traded at the end of the day in Cal Archie, Buku Khamis, Rowan Marshall, and there was one more. Zach Merritt, of course. Yeah, there's one more. So 4 captains tried to get out. 4 players didn't get to their homes on deadline day. I remember 2019 when it was that was the Joe Danaher to Sydney that didn't get done, Tom Papley to Carlton that didn't get done, and then Jack Martin to Carlton that didn't get done as well. It just felt like it was a real it was either a turning point or this is now the way of the future. This is what it's going to be like.
There's two parts to this. Two parts to this, I think, in the things that we can take out of the lessons of this year's trade period. One is that the best players are up for grabs, but two is that the clubs have taken back control. And to some degree, this is with the value of the contract. And you always talk about the value of the deal. And the part of the value of the deal is that you get control of the end of the deal.
Yes.
And it was the same for Charlie Curnow. They still had the final call on whether that deal was going to be good enough. The value of their deal for him meant that they could say no to Geelong on the 3 first-round picks. If he was out of contract, he would have walked as an unrestricted free agent for a start, but that wouldn't have given him no power. So I think there was a couple of seismic shifts across the past few weeks and months, and we're seeing, every player being viewed as potentially gettable at some point.
We got a reference in there.
That's what we term as PG on our Wednesday shows. If you want to join in with us and you're not already with us, the numbers suggest you probably are. But the fact is that that's changed a little bit so that every player now, I think, in the competition, right up to Nick Dacos, is getting the calls and the texts and the messages and the inquiries through to them. So that's what we're seeing. And the clubs now, last night and over the past couple of weeks, said to a couple of these players, no, we'll deal if the deal is right. And in a couple of cases, it was not.
That's incredible. So the first 8 picks in the draft, West Coast, Richmond, Essendon, Melbourne. We don't see that too often. Of course, the draft is in late November. Every Wednesday in the lead up to the draft, don't forget you can keep watching Gettable on afl.com.au and the AFL Live app. We are every Wednesday in the lead up to the draft. Any other business?
Let's get down to business. No, I think just want to say a big shout out to everyone who tuned in yesterday as well.
Yes.
The numbers have come in. I'm not going to say what they are, but I do know that
incredible.
they are
mind-blowing.
absolutely huge, and we appreciate all your support over the past 3 weeks. A lot of people went into the work yesterday, but beyond that, on afl.com.au, Trade Radio, and all of the above. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it is a mountain of work that goes into it. From our perspective, a big thanks to Ross, who does a lot of the work behind the scenes for us, but I know there's a lot of producers that certainly help out. That has been us. We have been Gettable, your home of everything trade and draft. That's been thanks to Google and thanks to Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Don't forget, it's going to be a massive draft time as well. You can catch all of the action live on afl.com.au. Gettable's back every Wednesday right through until the draft.
Done.
350 days until the next one, Cal.
I'm done.
We'll see you then.
Enough.
Gettable on AFL Trade Radio, your home of everything trade and draft, thanks to Google and Ream. Built tough for Aussie conditions. Ask your plumber for Australia's favourite and install a Ream.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no! Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. From 20th Century Studios. On October 23, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist.
I don't need to be perfect. I just want it to feel right.
Golden Globe winner Jeremy Allen White.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
Academy Award nominee Jeremy Strong.
You always do.
Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in cinemas October 23.
G'day, it's Ben Dixon. If your kids love footy as much as mine, then they'll love the books from VR Sports Kids. These fantastic books are filled with fun footy facts, all bundled together in brilliantly illustrated stories. My kids can't put them down. What makes these books really special is that they're the first to incorporate augmented reality. Each book features QR codes allowing young readers to see their favourite players appear as though they're in the same room. VR Sports Kids books are available now at newsagents, selected bookstores and vrsportskids.com.
Which brand of tyre is trusted by more premium car manufacturers than any other? Continental Tyres. Which brand of tyre conducts more safety testing than any other in the world? Yes, Continental Tyres. And which premium tyre brand is engineered in Germany and proven in Australia? That's right, Continental Tyres. If safety matters to you, search Continental Tyres today.
Sushi. Go. Don't get boxed in. Hit the gap. Right and high. Come on. Go, you good thing.
Fancy a gallop? Melbourne Cup Carnival, November 1st to 8th. Tickets on sale now at vrc.com.au.
So, you're going to study sport at Deakin?
Study sport? Nah, I'm going to grow sport.
Australia's done it! Another gold on the Olympic stage!
Lead sport.
All right, good hustle, squad. Give me one more quarter.
Inspire sport.
Go!
Think beyond the field. Search Deakin Sport.
Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search